Okay. Well, I guess I'll first welcome everyone to DEC 2022. Or no, it's 2024. Oh my god, I'm fucking up already. Um, anyway, welcome to DEC 2024. We'll be getting started here with my presentation on getting cozy with Godot. Um, I'm Seth Davis. This presentation is basically going to be an introduction to the Godot engine for anyone who is curious about it, maybe wants to know more, and as well as some tips on just getting to know engines in general and what good strategies there are for that sort of thing. But first, are you looking to travel engines? Perhaps your game engine is bloated, or maybe do simple features just take forever to implement? Are you paying money to make games? Are there a premium version of your engine? Is your game engine too corporate, perhaps? Did your engine engage in shady activity that may or may not have required developers to pay a fee for each game install, and may or may not have given you a massive distaste of said engine? Or are you just looking to get away from it all? Well, if you answered yes to any of these questions, then you should book a flight to Godot today. That's the end of my marketing spiel. But let's introduce you to your travel guide. Me, I'm Seth. I've graduated UMBC. I was part of this very club. I graduated with a bachelor's in computer science. I wonder if I can move this up here and make it a little easier. There we go. That works. Currently, I'm working as a gameplay engineer over at Firaxis Games. You can find me credited on Marvel's Midnight Suns. And as far as Godot goes, I've been working in Godot for about 3 years now, which might not sound like a long time, but there have been a lot of changes in that period of time. I've worked on numerous game jams. My UMBC capstone project was in Godot, and also just for funsies. You know, this is a fun game engine to work in. I get a lot of enjoyment about just messing around and finding out. And I totally just did not throw this presentation together in a day. Absolutely not. No, sir. So this is going to be our travel itinerary for today. First, we're going to look at some Godot basics, what the engine is kind of all about, what you need to know to kind of get started. It'll be not a crash course because this is a chill. We're chilling out. We're going to do a chill intro in the basic concepts of the Godot engine. I specifically want to avoid the trope of when you go on YouTube and you look up Godot tutorial and you see an hour-long tutorial of a guy info dumping on you about everything you could possibly know. We don't really need to know all that stuff. It's just everything and doesn't actually help. So what I intend to do is, like I said, just kind of introduce you to the concepts of it, maybe a tour of the engine, and again, on the last thing, some tips here. Just some fun tricks we can use to make learning any new game engine, some specific Godot tips in there, just a lot more easier and a lot more fun. So yeah, let's get started. What is Godot? That's probably the question on a lot of people's minds. Why is it becoming so popular nowadays? Well, for one, it's a totally free game engine. There's no premiums, there's no fees, there's no subscriptions that you need to use this game engine. You just need a computer. It can be used to make both 2D and 3D games. It's not restricted. It's pretty great at making both. I've only really used it for 2D games personally, but I've seen plenty of amazing 3D games made in Godot. Yeah, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll be focusing on 2D, because that's easier. Godot is really, really tiny. All it takes is just a single minute download There's no install. It's just, and that's it. It's on your computer. There's, you know, it's ready to go right after like a minute, which is kind of insane for game engines nowadays. They're very big. But it's very fast too. Implementing new features is very quick. It has a lot of simplicity in its design, and not only is implementing these features quick, but loading times are quick. It doesn't have a lot of bloat in it to make your. It's not going to take minutes to load the engine. It's going to take like 2 seconds. As far as programming goes, games are typically programmed in this custom high-level scripting language that they created called GDScript. And when I say high-level here, I don't mean like intense. I mean like high-level in programming terms. Like it's very, it's not. There's no memory management or anything like that. It's basically Python. It's very similar to Python if you're familiar with that language. And if you aren't, Python's pretty simple as far as languages go, so don't even panic. It's pretty chill. And then most important of all, Godot is 100% open source. And this means a few things for those who are unfamiliar with what open source means. Basically, it's created and maintained by just everyday developers, just like you guys. You could just go to the GitHub for Godot and say, hey, I want to make this change, or I found this bug, or I want this new feature in the next update. And you can do that yourself. You can just do it. And if they like your change, they'll just pull it in. Make a pull request, they'll pull in your change, and it'll be in the next update, which is amazing. There's no corporate meddling, like I said, totally just everyday developers. There's some like core Godot devs that kind of manage it. But as far as that goes, there's no like overhead company trying to make a buck out of this. It's just good old-fashioned developers wanting to make games. And on top of that, constantly being updated. There's constantly new things being added. Most recently, Godot had its big 4.0 update, which is probably how a lot of people heard about it. Because it was just a massive overhaul of the engine, made things a lot easier, a lot of new features, and that's how it started to pick up the pace, and ever since then, constantly getting new stuff. Alright, well, for Godot, in terms of Godot basics, how you'll be using the engine, the most important thing you need to know about Godot is that everything is a node, or most everything is a node. Levels and characters and UI and sound effects, it's all nodes. It always has been. And I'll get into what that means. Like what does that mean? What does everything as a node mean? So the big nodes are kind of like the core of all Godot games. You can kind of think of them like components. If you've used Unity or Unreal Engine before, they're very much like components where you can attach them to objects. But at the same time, trees of nodes can be condensed down into what Godot calls a scene, and that can be used as a node. So not only are your nodes your objects, but your nodes are also your components. And it creates this really interesting way of designing a game. And so it's an example you'll see here is on the left side, you've got our scene that would create our player character. And you'll see at the very top, yeah, you can see my mouse, cool. At the very top, you've got this player node that is defining what the player is. And then right below it, stemming from it, you've got an animated sprite, and you've got collision. Pretty simple. There's your player. But then you'll notice on the right side here, the player is now its own node. Now, no longer is it the top, but it's now a connected bit of the level. So we have condensed this player down into an object. when previously it had components on it. It is now the component of the level, if that makes sense. Also, people are welcome to ask questions at any time, in case that was not obvious. If anyone has any confusions, or I'll mostly be going into like the engineering side of Godot because I'm an engineer myself, but happy to answer any questions for people as I continue. Right. So what is the node structure like? Nodes kind of have this parent-child relationship, kind of like you might have derived classes in like other languages like Python and C++ and pretty much every other language with classes. So nodes, you can see they're kind of indented under others. They are the child nodes, while the nodes above those are the parent nodes. So in that case, if you go to the very, very, very top of a tree, of a node tree, you'll see that's the root node. So in this case, here's an example from a game of mine where I made a UI element that's the death screen. When you die, it pops up. And at the very top, we've got our death screen. And then stemming from that are the components of this death screen, which is a rectangle of color. This is probably black. It's a fade to black. And the child of that rectangle was probably a texture, probably some sort of skull symbol, and then a label, which is just text. It said like "you died" or whatever. And so the important thing to know about parent and child relationships with Godot nodes is that their properties are always relevant to their parent. So a good example would be like if a parent node was at location x equals 10, y equals 10 in your level somewhere, where a child of that parent could be at x equals 1, y equals 0. That means this child's actual world location is actually 1110 because its location is only relevant to its parents. So that creates some cool situations where like maybe you want to have a child object orbit its parent. That way you no longer need to calculate its exact point in space as it orbits. You just say like, oh, it's like 10 units from it, and we'll have it rotate. Like that's it. It's that simple. So trees of nodes, as you can see here, occupy what Godot calls a scene. It's basically a saved tree of nodes. So just like I was showing earlier, like condensed, when you condense it into a single object to use elsewhere, that's what Godot calls a scene. So this would be our death screen scene in that example. And so here's some common nodes that you might see with Godot. You're probably going to be using these a lot if you ever enter the engine and want to give it a try. So first is a character body 2D. It's probably pretty simple what this is. It's just a physics body that's just specialized for moving characters. So moving them by the script. So like if you had arrow keys movement, you could press that and move your character, and it would move the physics with that character. As well as jumping and gravity and all sorts of stuff are like pre-programmed into this body that are ready for any sort of like platformer or 2D game you could want. Next up, I'll just go down. An area 2D, it's kind of similar, except it's just a region that detects objects entering and exiting it. Instead of being like specifically for colliding, it's for like overlapping and detecting like an area that you might want to enter, and then you can have like code that stems from that. And then going down from there is an animated sprite. I mean, this is probably, from the names alone, probably mostly self-explanatory, but this is a sprite that you can animate. It has, I'll get into depth a little bit on how that exactly works in a bit, but you can just provide it frames of an animation, and it'll know what to do. Camera, it's a camera. Like, you move it around and it shows you what's on the screen. I don't know if I need to go in depth into what a camera is, but so a collision shape, it provides a shape to a body or an area. So this is a bit of a weird one, where your character body or your area 2D doesn't explicitly have a shape in of itself. You need to give it a child node in this form of a collision shape to basically give it form, essentially. Give it a shape. It can be a box, a circle. Godot has tons of like pre-made shapes that you can use for this sorts of thing. Basically, that just always needs to be there if you want any sort of collision. And then finally, like an audio stream player, it plays your music. You can attach this node to things and then basically just say like, hey, audio stream, play your sound, and it'll play it. I can even probably show you, here's an example of that collision shape stuff, where the player is the root, that character body 2D, and then it does have the collision shape as a child of that. So that's how the shape of the collision is defined. All right, scripting. So scripting in Godot is this kind of special resource that allows you to kind of write your own custom code for any of these nodes. A lot of them kind of have their own features and functionality that you just kind of saw, but you're always welcome to just write your own script to give it kind of your own, make the game your own, of course. Any node in the game or in the engine can be given a script. So pretty much anything you can add behavior and write code for. Although most commonly you will kind of see the script being at the root of a scene at the very top, because then it kind of inherits all the it's very easy to access all the nodes that are childs of the root. So most commonly you will see that, but sometimes I guess for me I'll mix in scripts if it makes anything particularly easier. That's just kind of something you'll have to decide as a developer. But nodes with scripts can kind of be identified by a little paper icon I got circled right there. Code in Godot typically written in GDScript, which I explained earlier is kind of like Python. Pretty simple to pick up. But if you're not a fan of Python, or if you don't want to learn GDScript, Godot supports a few other languages like C# and Rust and JavaScript and C++. Those you'll probably find less help for online in like forums and stuff. So just like a word of warning if you're going to go headfirst into any of those languages. All right, common functions. If any of you have programmed in a game engine before, you probably know what this stuff is. But all GDScripts kind of have access to their own several derived functions that can be used. You're probably already familiar with ready and process. Ready is when it's called when it's spawned at the beginning of the game. Process is called every frame. This is your begin play or your tick functions. If you've used Unreal, I'm sure Unity has their own versions of these. There's other useful functions that I like input. Basically, this function is called whenever there's any sort of input on your keyboard or your controller. It passes in an event, and you can check that event to see what button was pressed, and it makes it easier to just kind of like detect single button presses rather than like holding the button down or without having to check every like frame for something like that. But of course, you can always make your own functions. It's a programming language. It's pretty simple too. Just func, and then the name of the function. Signals. Signals are kind of a special kind of function that can be added by certain nodes. This is another big part of using Godot. If you're familiar with like events from other engines, if you've used those sort of events or delegates or that sort of thing. This is kind of Godot's equivalent of that. So as long as a node is like within a scene, you can use its signals in any like parent script. So this is why I was saying that it's great to put scripts in the root of a scene, because you have access to all the child signals. So in this example here, I've got my area 2D node, and it's got this list of all these signals you could possibly ever want. Like, has an area entered this area? Has an area exited this area? Has a body entered this area? Has a shape entered or exited, or pretty much everything. And then an example, you'll see there's this green arrow here because I'm using this on body entered signal, and that same green arrow is down here. It automatically generated the beginning of this function, on body entered, with a body passed in. And then for this example, I guess this is from, I think this is from a projectile. So basically, if I entered a body and I'm a projectile and the body has a way to take damage, I'm going to tell it to take damage. So this is a great way for doing collision with areas and collision in general. But inputs and actions. How do you actually get inputs from your player? It's pretty simple. Godot makes it really, really easy to get inputs and actions from your players. So you have this in the project settings. You have a list of actions that you can correlate to buttons on a keyboard or a controller. There might even be like touch support in there. I've never personally used it. You can assign any number of actions and assign any number of buttons to those actions that you like. And then when you're scripting, you can kind of detect the names of these actions. So I hope it is kind of visible, but the example here is like I've got this jump action, which I've named jump, and the button presses I have under it are the spacebar. So when I press spacebar, the game will basically say like, oh, we're going to tell our scripts we're using the jump action. And then the scripts can interpret that any way they like, whether jump is a jump or maybe it's not a jump. You don't know. So that's basically how you would detect those inputs and actions. Now, animations. Now, this is something that Godot does really well, I think, at least for a programmer. I'm not an animator. So this makes it really easy for me as a programmer to put some fun animations in my games. But there are tons of ways to do it. Some ways more complicated than others if you want more fine-tuned ways to control your animations. But I find the easiest way is to use the animated sprite 2D, which it already is pretty robust in the way it works. Essentially, you create what you call a sprite frames file, which you'll see in the image right here. That is an example of what a sprite frame looks like. And so in these sprite frames, you can store information about your different types of animations, and I've got a whole list here. There's an idle, there's a jump, there's a run down, run side, run up. And then when you click on these animations, they've each got their own sets of frames that you can add and you can edit. And so that makes it really simple to just kind of define what an animation looks like. And so each animation sprite frame file you can then import into your animated sprite 2D node. And basically the animated sprite 2D is just a way of basically telling just displaying these animations. And so you can tell your code to be like, hey, run this. If we're jumping, if we've pressed the jump button, run the jump animation. Or hey, if we've pressed the jump button, or if we've moving to the side, do the run side animation. And we can control that all through code, which is nice for any engineers out there. But yeah, without further ado, I'll kind of get into an engine tour one talking about things and actually show you things. One One thing I do want to prefix is that while I was making this presentation, I found out that this laptop is so crummy it can't actually run Godot on its own, so we're going to cheat a little bit. Normally this engine's really nice and it runs on pretty much anything, but I think it's more of a testament of this terrible laptop than it is the engine itself. So normally if you download Godot, you'll get an executable and you can just open it and it works. But I'm using the command line, so I can tell it to forcefully run it and kind of cheat a little bit. So just ignore the command lines, it's fine. So when you open Godot, you'll be given a list of projects you can open. I've got a few here. I'll show you this template project that I created a while ago. It'll take a moment to load it. And here we are. Ta-da! So this is what our scene looks like. If I can get, yep, there we go. So just to quickly kind of give you an idea of you know, where everything is, where all the screenshots I took, where are they actually located, where can I find those things. The most important thing you'll probably want to know about is the scene over here. That is on the top left-hand corner of your screen, where basically it just shows you your nodes, where all your nodes are. So I've got my root level node. I've got a tile map in here. When I click on it, it shows me all my tiles. I've got a few walls. You can see as I select them, this little orange thing moves around to kind of end up where the wall is. I've got my camera in the center of the screen, and of course I've got my player in the center of the screen too. And you'll notice as I kind of select these different nodes, the details on the right hand side of the screen change to match the type of node I've clicked on. So when I click on this camera, I've got, I'll expand this out a little bit, I've got this offset where I can tweak the offset of the camera, or I've got the zoom level, which I love to play with the zoom level. Who doesn't? Whether it's zoomed in or not. There's a ton of other properties in here, like most nodes will have a position and a rotation and a scale like you might expect from most things placed in the world. And so yeah, and then if I click on my player, you'll see there's a lot of things related to players, like, you know, are we grounded, are we floating, what direction is up, are we sliding, collision layers and all that sorts of stuff. And so that's kind of what the side panel is for, is managing your details about the specific nodes in your scene. And so let's kind of show you what it looks like when you go into one of these. So here's our player that I showed you earlier. If I double click it, or maybe not, if I click this, open an editor, there we go. Now we're in a different scene. We're in the player scene, and we can see it is just the player. It's just got our guy in here. And like before, our player is, and now it is no longer just a node, it is the root. It defines the whole scene here. And inside, we've got our animated sprite, we've got our collision shape, we've got audio, and then we've got a few other nodes in here that I've used in other projects, and I'll get into those in a little bit. And then as far as other things in the engine go, we've got our file system down here in the bottom left. This is just basically shows you all your files in the project. I've got a few folders for audio and fonts and objects and scripts and sprites, and you can navigate that like a normal file system. And if I wanted to go to my wall, I can double click that. So what my wall looks like. It's very, very fun, very fascinating, I'm sure. It's just a black rectangle. Right, and then I guess I'll dive a little bit into the code here. Or you know what, first I'll show you what the actual project is and actually what is happening. So again, I'm gonna run this through a script, but you don't have to run it through a script. I'll actually just show you. If you click play up here, it will not do that. It will instead work like it intends to, but this is my laptop and this is what we're stuck with. So normally you'd just be able to press play and it would play and you can test your game out, but I'm just going to run it through the command line here. So if I click play, here's my character, here's the scene you just saw with my player in it. I can press spacebar and it'll jump, and then there's collision. And I can even click to do a little shoot. Doesn't really do much, but just kind of an example of what you could do. And I'll close that. And I'll show you how this character works. There's not much programming that goes into the level, just kind of design it as you like. As far as this player goes, if I want to view the script, I've got this little paper icon here I can click on, and it'll show us our player script. Again, this laptop screen is so small. I wish I could expand this a little bit, but that's okay. But yeah, you'll see what the functions that I kind of showed you earlier in the presentation. We've got this ready function that kind of, at the beginning of the game, will run this. We've got this process function. This is specifically a physics process function. If your character is doing any sort of physics stuff, I'm told that this just makes it a little faster. I don't know if there is a big difference between physics process and process. It's just probably better for physics. And yeah, so as far as that goes, every frame we're just here's an example of input. If input action, just press jump. If we just press jump, that's an example of an action. Here in the project settings, I open the project settings and the input map. We've got our jump action, which is space. If we've just pressed that jump action and we're on the floor, we'll change our velocity, and then we'll also tell our audio stream player to play, just to play. And this is an example of, I wonder if I can zoom up here. Oh, I zoomed out. There we go. That's probably better. Here's an example of how you might use other nodes in your script. They've got this very nice operator, this $, and so if you do $, and then the name of the node, it'll actually find it in your tree. So we've got this audio stream player in our tree. We're just going to say, oh, we want that audio stream player using our $, and we'll tell it to play. And it will play. If I click on it, we'll see the details. We've set the stream to be this jump sound. Oh, it's a little louder than I expected it to be. But that is it's in there. It's on the audio stream player. And when we tell it to play, it will play that sound. And I guess that's why it's so loud, is because we have the volume dB turned down. So that's another detail you can change about the audio player. Makes it pretty simple. Again, we've got more movement. If we've pressed left or right, we'll change our direction. And then finally, to actually move our character, we'll run move and slide, which uses our velocity that we've been setting. Here's the velocity X, velocity Y here. Move and slide will finally take that velocity and apply it to our character and slide them across the ground instead of colliding. There are a few other examples, but like I said, I didn't want to go too in depth about everything the engine has to offer. I'd really encourage people to kind of investigate on their own and kind of learn about how the engine works. And then real quick, I'll kind of go over what this pea shooter node is. This is not a real node in the engine, but this is another example of a node being, or an object that I've created being used as a node somewhere else. And I can even reference it like I would a node. So I've got this pea shooter. If I click on open the script, all it has is this shoot function. That's it. And basically, this makes it really easy to give characters the ability to shoot. So if for our player here, if I go back to this script, you'll see I get a reference to that pea shooter, and I can even call that function. And I'll get into a bit of like why you would want to do it that way in a bit on my tips section. But I find it's really useful. It's a really great way to just kind of like share functionality across your objects. Like if you have multiple things that want to shoot, just make a node that does all your shooting for you, and then you can plug it in like you're building Legos. But I do want to leave time for questions at the end, so I will go back to my presentation. Does anyone have any questions about the engine tour itself before I move out of the engine?
We just had one comment from the stream. Somebody had said Godot's node system is intuitive when designing in the editor, though accessing nodes via code gets a little confusing. How do you feel about that?
Accessing nodes can get a little bit confusing. Well, I guess it depends on how you're accessing nodes, because there are a few different ways to do it. Like if you're accessing nodes directly in the same scene, you can use this $, but basically gets a reference to that node. So animated sprite 2d.play idle is just going to play our idle animation from, let's go back to our character. There we go. From our animated sprite 2d that is in our scene. And if we had, let's say, we had like a different child. Let's say this audio stream player, I've just made it a child of this animated sprite. And if I wanted to get access to that, instead of doing the $, I would just do, might even autofill it in for us. If I do $, audio, there it goes. It'll do a slash here. So animated sprite 2d / audio stream player to distinguish it between maybe any audio stream player we might have also in this node graph or node tree. But I'll undo this for a moment. I hope that answers the question. But if they have further questions, I encourage them to ask them when I get to the end, and then I can hopefully answer it a little more in depth. All right. So, back to the presentation. That was our quick and short engine tour. Could you tell I improv that entire section? Right. But let's get into some travel tips and tricks. Traveling to a new engine can be hard, or learning a new engine can be really hard. It's the biggest hurdle to get over is just kind of getting used to it. And so, like, what's the best way to keep yourself encouraged? Like, whether it's a new language or just like a new layout, what's the best way to kind of keep yourself interested in learning this new engine and not just going back to this old engine that you may not like, or maybe you're stubborn or you're stuck with it or something. So we'll just go over a little bit of those. First, start with an idea. This may sound really obvious, but often people feel like they need to watch these hour-long videos or tutorials before they even make it to the starting line. Like I said earlier, if you go on YouTube and search Godot tutorial, you'll find like a whole video on like everything that the Godot engine does. Like, you don't need to know all that stuff, and you probably might not even use all that stuff in your first game. So instead, kind of start with your own idea, or you can port an existing idea that may seem really easy to make. This just immediately makes you more invested in a generic, how to do Godot. Like, a how to Godot tutorial isn't gonna really like get you a finished product. It's not really going to give you anything meaningful other than like an info dump. So with your own idea or your own goals, you're immediately invested in your project. You might not result in the perfect idea of the project that you had in mind at the beginning, because this is your first game in this engine, but it will definitely, you would have learned a lot by then. You would have, and then your second project is going to be even better. And following up on that, you split your project into parts. Let's say in that last example, you've decided, okay, I'm going to learn Godot, and I'm going to make Flappy Bird in Godot. I figure that would be easy, and it'd be a great way to learn the engine. Do not look up how to make Flappy Bird in Godot, because the author of that tutorial, because that tutorial definitely exists somewhere, has probably solved the problems all for you. Like, you are watching that video and he's writing code and he's probably telling you what the code does and how the game works, but if you're just copying it, or if you're just kind of following what he's doing without kind of parsing the code yourself and writing it yourself, you're probably not learning a whole lot. At least in my experience, I feel like when I find tutorials that just show you code, it's a lot harder to understand what that code does in the future when you go back to it and maybe try and understand what you did. Instead, it's a lot better to break up this problem. What does Flappy Bird need? If you want to make Flappy Bird, well, we're going to need collision. How does collision work in Godot? This is a broad thing that can be used for any project. How does infinite generation work? That is a broad thing that we could use for multiple different projects if you wanted to do that again. How are we going to do score display and UI? Something you're always going to need to know. And so now you have individual goals. You can look up something more broad and more useful when making more games with Godot or any engine in the future. So instead of looking up how to make Flappy Bird, you might look up, how do I detect collision between two bodies? How does that work in Godot? And now you'll get a tutorial that might still show you some code, and maybe you'll still do a little bit of copying, but it'll be more broad. You'll have a better sense of like what it is, what collision is, instead of being lost in this broad tutorial of like, how does Flappy Bird work? Be realistic. If you're traveling, sometimes you'll end up at the Super 8 motel instead of the nice ones. But the unfortunate reality of learning a game engine is you probably do not know everything the first time around. People get discouraged. I know I got discouraged when I started learning Unity. I fell into a lot of these pit traps when I tried to understand that engine. And I got really discouraged because I had these grand ideas of like what people were saying Unity was so great, and I had these amazing ideas and I was going to make them, and my first game was it sucked. It did not work, and I got very discouraged, and I unfortunately did not continue with the engine. I moved over to Godot, but a lot of people show their great games they make with these engines, and the ads show these great games that people make with these engines, and it can feel a little discouraging when your game isn't perfect. You're constantly learning, though. That's the important bit about learning these game engines is even after like failures or just small project of a guy moving around and then he dies when he touches a volume, maybe. That you've learned something. You've learned about movement. You've learned about collision. You've learned about killing a character. You know, that's all important things to know. So keep starting new projects. Even if your old project isn't finished, it's always better to have a million crappy projects than just like one project that you keep building up, but it's not quite working because it's your first project. Here's a little bit more specific to Godot tips. Create common nodes. This is what I was talking about with my pea shooter example. Some features you might want shared across many objects in your game. And this can sometimes be done through deriving classes. Godot does have this ability where you can derive scenes from others, like a generic enemy could become your goblin enemy. But sometimes it's just easier to create a scene or a node to do these common things for you. Like the pea shooter. If I have multiple things I can shoot that may or may not be enemies or players or turrets, it might be way easier to take that node and copy it to all these other scenes. Here's a really good example from a recent project I did. Below I created this shake component. It doesn't have any visual identity of its own. It doesn't really do anything on its own. But the whole idea was that I could plug this on top of an existing node and basically call functions on it to say, hey, shake this thing. Just shake it. It's not really, that's really its whole purpose. So it made it really easy to, like, if I want to have camera shake for intense moments, I could plug the shake component onto my camera. And now suddenly it's really easy to call this, get the shake component called .shake, maybe pass in a parameter of how much shaking we're doing. And it just worked. Like, in the words of Todd Howard, it all just worked. And then, so I could plug it onto the camera. I could plug it onto a sprite if I wanted to shake, or an enemy, or text. If I wanted text to shake in the text box, I could put the shake component on it. It made it super easy going forward instead of having to reprogram that or make any derived code that for objects that may or may not be related. This is a really, really specific example, and one I really that annoys me to no end. Just a tip for anyone getting into Godot, but set your default texture filter to nearest, because if you make pixel art like I do, it's going to come out blurry if you don't set it to nearest. Anyway, that's my super specific pet peeve that I have. Anyway, I think this might be my last tip, but create a global script. You might have seen it a little bit in the project I just showed, but Godot has this ability to auto-load scripts, and these are scripts that are not necessarily attached to anything in your game. They just kind of exist broadly, and you can even give them a name, so it's really easy to access them from like anywhere. So an example here is I've got this global script, global.gd, that basically any script in the game can say like global dot, and then can get any variable, any function, anything in within that global script. And it's perfect for smaller projects or game jam projects where you just like don't really have time to maybe like do all your references or get all those correct and sorted out. Just make a global script and just have everything in there and toss it all in there. That might not be the best coding practice if you're making a long-term project, but even in long-term projects, it's really nice to store global things there. Like if an enemy just wanted to know where the player was, instead of the enemy trying to like parse through all the nodes in the project and like figure out which one's the player, you could just have the player reference or player location stored globally, and then the enemy can access that. And that's a pretty simple example of how you might use a global script. Anyway, that's kind of the end. Is there any questions from anyone in the room or in the chat?
We do have one from the chat. Is Godot more suited for entry-level games, or is it more suited for long-term, more complex projects?
I think that's a great question. I think for now, I've definitely mostly used it for like entry small projects because it's really well suited for that. It's really small, it's really quick, but it is constantly evolving. Like I said, it's constantly getting updated. This recent 4.0 update was big, and it makes, I think it makes making your big projects a lot easier. There have definitely been big projects I've made with Godot, but it's definitely a lot easier to make game jam games with. But it's totally suited for bigger projects if you intend to do that. All right.
So Bracky's, the legendary YouTube tutorial creator, just made a big announcement returning to YouTube saying he was coming back to Godot. How do you think that influx of new people with eyes on Godot will kind of impact its development?
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be great for getting eyes on it. I think one of the big things that draw people to a game engine is games, just like consoles. The reason you go to them is because you know they have good games. Like Game Maker got a lot of influx of new devs because of Undertale and all that sorts of stuff. Unity has tons of great games. Like Hearthstone's made in Unity and all that sorts of stuff. Unreal Engine, of course, most AAA games are made in Unreal Engine, so of course you've got tons of people trying to learn it. I think the more people use Godot, the more we're going to get hits, like games like Undertale or something, where maybe a small developer makes something they really enjoy, and they can get it out there quick and easy, and then suddenly it's becoming more popular, it gets more support, which really supports the open source nature of it. A lot more developers working in that space. So yeah. Is there a question over here?
I guess I'm curious about, so you've covered the $ operator for like referencing some components of those,
Uh-huh.
and global to like kind of reference like player as a global thing. Is there any other way to do like node-to-node referencing where they're not in the same hierarchy besides the root? Like you were talking about like kind of parsing through all the nodes. Is that like the only way to do that? Because that's reminding me of like a game object not find in Unity or something.
Yeah.
Is not great.
There's definitely different ways to do it, like you mentioned the global way and, and the $ way, but there are functions that Godot provides, like find node, or there's always a global reference to the root, and if you wanted something super hyper specific, you could go to the root node and be like, hey root, find me enemy number 5, and it'll parse through all of it, find you enemy number 5, return a reference to that. But usually, I guess, in my coding practices, I usually try and avoid find a node because I don't know if it's explicitly slow. It's just like it feels better when I have a reference to it somewhere. Like if I collide with enemy number 5, I have a reference to that I can store somewhere and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess I'm more used to like in Unity you could have like private variables that reference like other game objects or something.
Yeah.
Is that something that exists in Godot?
Oh, totally, yeah. You can, if I have a ton of projects where like if I have like spawners, like if a spawner will spawn enemies, then I'll store all the references to the enemy it spawns in the spawner, and then it makes it really easy to like go find the spawner and then get all the enemies and all sorts of things.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. And is that something you could like use from the inspector too, like to kind of set like a field, like drag and layer into there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You can, I think drag literally like it, and it will assign the reference, and it'll find it when you open up the level.
Awesome.
Any other?
Yeah, another one from chat. Is there a feature not present in Godot that you'd like to see added in the future?
Oh, that is a good question. I do not know. I gotta prepare for those kind of questions. I think one thing I'd really like to see, I guess better audio. I think the current system is really nice and really easy for like having your audio node and you sign a sound to it and then you can click play or call play whenever you like. But for all my projects, I kind of don't do that. I make my own custom scene where it's just an audio player, and then I put a global function that says like play sound, and instead of having that node for having a node for every sound in the game, the play sound function just spawns the sound node and then calls the sound, and then it destroys itself. So it makes it really easy for me as a programmer just be like, play the sound, instead of, oh, I gotta make a node and I gotta make a sound and attach it to the node. So it's really easy for small projects, but once you get to like bigger projects with a lot of sounds, I would almost prefer a simpler, quicker solution. So there's my most wanted feature.
We got one more comment from chat as well. So it said, I've ran into problems with the order that nodes execute. I think child node's ready function runs before parents, which causes issues when I need parents run first. Do you have any suggestions for how to manipulate execution order?
Sure. I guess you're correct that child nodes do execute first. If there is ever a situation where you want like a parent to run first, like a ready function, there are other types of functions in Godot. Like there's enter tree. It's a function that runs before ready. So your parent node will enter the tree before your child nodes. So that's a great way to get your ready function run first. There's also, you you can, as part of your parent nodes, if this is like a process issue, as a part of your parent node's process function, you can call functions on your child nodes instead of just having your child nodes do it. That's kind of why I encourage to only have one script at the root instead of just having multiple scripts throughout your childs. But I hope that answers this question. Anything else? All right. I've got 5 minutes left, so I can wait, but I don't know if I'll just like, if anyone else wants to get set up or whoever's next.
Let's give it up for Seth.
Woo! Thank you.
Okie dokie. Hello, everyone. My name is Tulie, aka Natalia Mitiuriev. I am here to present on 3D character hair and the creation of it for video games. Yeah. I hold on. Let me see. Are you? You guys able to present? Is it okay?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, okay.
My name
Okay, yeah, it
is
started.
Tulie,
Okay, already.
aka Natalia
Was
Mitiuriev.
getting slow on my end, seeing it from
I
there.
am here
Okay.
to present
But yeah, I am.
3D
Let's go over
character
the
here and the
presentation.
creation of it
So
for
background,
video games.
I am a UMBC alumna.
Hold on, let me see.
And are you guys able to
Okey-dokey.
present? Is it okay?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, okay.
My name
Okay, yeah, it
is
started.
Tulie,
Yeah, no, that's
aka
not
Natalia
me.
Mitiuriev.
Getting slow on my end.
I
I
have
have
it
it completely
I am
silent.
here
Okay.
to present,
But yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, technical difficulties happen. But yeah, I am a UMBC alumna. I came out of the UMBC 3D animation program. And whenever I have free time, I am also a VTuber artist where I make art for VTubers and am a VTuber as well. But again, it's only when I have free time from my full-time job. Um, yeah. But yeah, I professionally I got into being an animator and a rig artist for the hit game a couple years ago. Try to Fall Asleep. I have like a small little demo right over here where I was able to demonstrate. Yeah, I have the PowerPoint available for. I have the PowerPoint available on the Discord I shared with everybody. So yeah, this is just like a small demonstration of my portfolio. But yeah, the game ended up being played by very huge persons of interest, including Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, and that was a great honor. Let's see. Okay. And I also serve as a 3D generalist for the game The Villain Simulator. Just a quick note, if you do try to look that up, please put that on incognito mode. I just helped with like character like art that needed to be applied onto like the NPC characters available. Now the thing is, I didn't go against like any of my boundaries per se. I wanted to make sure like, hey, I'm doing something that is a little bit weird, but it earned me enough money and notoriety. Not notoriety per se, but it just got me a little bit into creation a little bit more in terms of character art. But yeah. Yeah, I started to do streaming, and currently I work for a company making 3D characters for an MMO. Yeah. I was responsible for making all of the hair. Yeah, it was very tasking. It's an ongoing process because the game it's still in early stages. But this is a video demo demonstrating like the character creation tool in the product. But yeah, I was responsible for making all of the hair, and for today, I want to be able to demonstrate how to make geometry hair, aka polygonal hair, that can be manipulated into a game engine. But yeah, let me exit out of that. Alright. So hair cards, what are they? Flat geometry that are just polygonal cards for hair in 3D space. Why? For realism in getting the fluffiness of hair as opposed to making them through pipes for more stylized looks. So you could have like a piped kind of look where it's a full circle to have a more stylized look. But what's great about having hair cards is that it adds a little bit more fluffiness once you get the shader ready into a game engine. And when would you need to do that? It's whenever you need your characters to have hair. Yeah. And specifically, I'm going to go over something called the hair tool. It's a specific add-on within Blender to create hair from using a geometry node manipulation. And it does it in a procedural way where you can manipulate the specific look how you want it to. There's a link to the Gumroad page for the tool. Like this is an example where you have like subsystems where you can add curls, simplify some of the curves themselves, push them out, and you can have like adjustable ribbon profiles if you want them to be like more flat or just like a full tube, or even have procedural braids in, so that way you don't have to do it all by hand. So an example here is you have something that's a little bit more flat, a flat profile, a curve profile, and a circle profile. And demo time. Okay. So, this is a little bit out of the box, but okay. This is like a character, let's say she doesn't have any hair. Like, you know, she is completely bald, okay? Like we do not have any hair yet, and we need to give her hair. So, what you would probably need to do is, hold on, let's hide this hair, is you would try to make some like particle hair first to get better ease of manipulation in the style. And let's see like an example of like here it's a little bit thin, but the reason is because I have the children set up a little bit low. So let's bump this up to like say 400. Oh, that's really thick. But yeah, let's say we want to, like, you can manipulate hair by going into like the particle settings right over here, and then adding a particle system, and then you would want to set it up to hair, and then you can divide those sections up in different regions, and then you can start manipulating, like, just you would go right over here into particle edit mode, and you would brush it or manipulate it. Now it looks a little bit like lower poly, but that's just because we're manipulating parent hairs. So this is where you're just styling the hair where you want it to go. So let's go over here and do that. Okay, perfect. Basically we just manipulated it a little bit to have that bump. And there are like multiple hairs that you can put in to have like some flyaways as well, like right over here. You can add that to give a little bit more dimension to the character. But now we want to go into the process of converting the particle hair into geometry node particle hair, which you might think like, okay, that's going to be an arduous task. Not so. Let's put down the children resolution of the hair. Also, please, if you guys feel lost at any point, please let me know. If you have like any questions, I feel like I might be going too fast or maybe too slow, or if it's going over anyone's heads. But yeah, just let me know. So we're going to bring down the resolution right over here, the display mount. And then with the hair tool add-on enabled, we want to go into the hair operators to convert the particle hair. And what's great about this tool is you can go to that specific particle, and then you want to go particle hair to curves, and then you can manipulate the hair resolution. So we're going to bring that up to 3. There we go. And we want the hair type to be NURBS. Is there a way to increase the UI scale? The text is a bit small. Oh, Let me see. System. Yeah, because is that big enough? Okay. Yeah, that's big enough. I think. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully this is big enough. Yeah. Okay. Uh, thumbs up, thumbs down. Eh. Better. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, and then we have now we have like a set of like particle hair that's just turned into curves. But the thing is that we don't want them to just be like regular curves. We need them to be geometry node curves because otherwise, if we press this like add hair system, it's going to say old curves are not supported. Use new hair curves instead. So what you'll do is with the hair like curve selected, you want to right click, convert to, then you have like this new operator where it's like hair node curves, and it's gonna look really funky right now where it's exploded on itself. But don't worry, we just need to add a hair system. We want the surface object. So the surface object is going to be the body of the character. You can also set it up as like the scalp. You can have like an entirely different mesh based on just the scalp and regions of like the hair, if that's better suited. But for demonstration purposes, I will just have it be like the body of the character right over here. Okay. It still looks a little bit funky because the width, and you also have these hairs kind of flying around. What we want to do is we want to completely get rid of the density because we've already made our own hair. We don't need to add density to something that we have already created. And also, it seems a bit carried away in terms of like the width. You can manipulate the width down here in the profile. So right here, it's 0.05. We probably want this to 0.09. There we go. Now, another great thing, though, about this tool is the fact that like it comes with its own UV manipulation prospect. So you want to make a new window, and you can see like with the hair curve selected. Oh, also you can see what it looks like in the material preview. Yeah, it looks a little bit funky right now because the UVs are off, but you can manipulate them to how you want them to. A great thing is that with this tool, you can have a separate library for baking hair. So for example, let's say you have like a completely like you feel like the hair that it came with this tool is like, oh man, I really don't like it. It's only flat and I don't have any other manipulation. Don't worry about it. You can go into hair tool, and there's a hair bake. You can import the baking scene. Now I already have a baked scene right over here. Present. So you have like the densest portion of the hair to the very far left, and then as it's thinning out, it's going towards the right. And what's great about this like specific baked scene is usually you want to have like the opacity map. Like you can have like you could manipulate the diffuse map if you want to. It's a little bit thin in some areas. However, in a game engine, you're more than likely going to be manipulating the diffuse color if you want the color to be a little bit more procedural. In the game engine, you'd probably want to just have the opacity map, or even better, you can have like the depth map, where you have the, I guess, the most highlighted bits based on how far how far out into the camera view the color gets. However, it does get a little bit tricky with Unreal Engine, where certain shader material setups kind of get a bit tricky in manipulating dark parts. It has to do with how alpha channels work. It's a bit funky. I'm still learning a bit about it, but anyway, for the sake of brevity, you can set up like this whole hair bake setup immediately, where instead of having to go individually between each section and then changing the shader, you can just click on any of these setups, and it has like a root map, an ID map, random parent, flow map, depth map, and normal map. And you can even set up the specific resolution. Nowadays, you probably want to go around like 2K for textured hair if your character is very much in like the middle definition, or higher definition range. You can go like 1024, but nowadays like most games are okay with going like 2K and it'll be fine. Hopefully, cross your fingers. But yeah, this is just a great setup in manipulating that. But what's great though is with the hair set up in this way is you can have specific properties set up where you can manipulate all of them at once. You can even have, let's say you want something a little bit more like curly. You can do something like that, and you can render this out. If you want like hair that's a little bit more curled and or even more wavy, and because you'll notice like there's like a number system right next to each of these. Hold on, I noticed that this is not that big, as you guys probably want to see. Okay. Yeah, right next to these systems, you have like a number being registered, and that indicates how many other users are occupying that system. So you can manipulate one subsystem, and it manipulates all of them. If it's just like the one, then it's independent. You can have like them independently affected in their own ways, and it works fine. This is a really, really useful way of being able to have like more procedural hair, to have it in different textures. Oh wait, is there a QA? Okay, sorry, I just saw like updates. Wanted to make sure if there was a QA for me. Let's go over. But yeah, you can render out the specific way that you want the map to go. And you could even do like transparent background or solid background automatically. You don't have to go into the regular Blender finagle where you have to have like transparency, and it just has one button and that's it. You have to make sure though that you keep the like your hair bake file in a separate it doesn't have to be in a separate folder, but you need to make sure that this is like its own separate file. It can't be in the same file as you making hair for the character, like as in like making the model of the hair. So let's go ahead and bedangle this. So, oh, also another thing to note is you can see the specific material that it's using and how many users are using it. You can also manipulate the UVs. If you have the curve selected, you can then manipulate them through here. There will be this new button. Hold on, let me make that a little bit bigger. Like, it's called the hair UV button. You just press that. And then immediately you have these new boxes implemented where you can maneuver where you want your hairs to be UV'd in terms of their regions. So I'm just going to do this very quickly. And again, you can apply this to all of your strands. That way you don't have to go to each individual strand and having to UV unwrap them manually. You can just do it this way. And it even has like the IDs, the numbered IDs available. Right here. There's also like a menu right over here where it says the different types of things you can manipulate in terms of the UVs. So I want to flip them because you can flip how they're read so that you can have the roots here or just the tips here, however you want. But I want the roots to be down here. And it'll show like the direction. Only in the UV menu though. Okay, then press enter. And let's see if that made this better. Slightly better. But there's some reasons for this looking a little bit funky. And that has to do with how the cards are arranged. So we can make them a little bit more round. Probably want to add something to the profile because they don't have enough definition for them to bend. So let's add one bit of profile resolution. There we go. Let's see how it looks. A little bit better. Okay, there we go. Some nice roundness. There we go. That's adding some fullness. Okay. And now we can do a little bit more with the hair. Let's say we want to be able to manipulate the hair further. Yeah, no, I know, this add-on is actually really impressive. And the best part is that you can apply this into like you can basically finalize the hair, and then it doesn't like delete your previous version. It just makes a copy, and the copy ends up being like its own geometry hair. So for now, like, this can't be uploaded onto any game engine yet because we need to manipulate the hair. Here you have like these different types of generators and how you want to distribute the UV regions. You can set up as using specific UV regions. Right over here, there's now like a little new menu that pops up. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not doing... Oh, okay, hold on. So there's generators, but then for some reason, in order to get like better resolution and manipulation of UVs, I would recommend that you have, in addition to a generator system, you would also have a strand filter. And then right over here, automatically, there's a UV region distribution. So yeah, it has different ways of setting them up. You can see like how it's looking a little bit different. There we go. You can also manipulate the UVs to have the same width. Well, actually, sorry, the vice versa, where the strands can have the same width as the UVs if you want, so that you can have a little bit more variation. But for the purposes of this, I probably just want, yeah, maybe let's see how it looks. that's fine. Like, it adds a little bit more variation. Yeah, that's fine. So you can add like randomness to the UVs as well. And it allows you to see like what regions it's picked out. Usually when I'm doing UVs, I try to have the very, very farthest right be the lightest in terms of strands. How much time do I have? Okay, that's okay. And then, let's say we want to manipulate the length or even the scale. We can also manipulate how the tilt is, because even though we added some roundness, we probably want the hair cards to tilt towards the character's face and region of their vicinity, just so that you don't have players seeing the edges and potentially seeing the scalp, because it's all about like hiding as much of the scalp as you can, but with the fewest amount of polys as you possibly can without going into millions and millions of polys. So let's go into tilt to source surface. We could even see that a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, you can even see it happening. That way you can hide like all the hairs that you need. Okay. But also, we probably want to see how many polys this hair has. Yeah, it's 59,000 triangles is probably not too bad if you're going for like more high resolution video games where like the game is dealing with like close-up shots, something like Until Dawn or a David Cage game. But basically where you don't have like a ton of NPCs running around. Like this amount is probably fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay. And let's say we want to maybe like duplicate some hairs, maybe. But also we can simplify the strands if we want to. So, let's see. Oh, also we can curl some of the strands as well. Goes a little bit funky this way, but just add a little bit of variance. Manipulate the amplitude. Maybe something like that. Probably can go a little bit higher. Ugh. Okay, that's a little bit much. Okay. So weird. There we go. Yeah, you can also like mask it a little bit as well. And even do like some noise as well. Let's also simplify the strands though. If we feel like, hey, it's just too many polys on the hair. Let's see how many. Okay, 54. So see, we can manipulate like how many polys the hair has, because we want to make sure that it's not too jagged on the edges where it curves. We can also manipulate the max amount of points that it has. But I think this like amount will be fine. But yeah. And you can add like a hair cap if you'd like, so that you have you don't have to have so many hair cards, and you can just have the scalp covered with teeny tiny little points. Like basically imagine like a shaved head, but with like, just a little bit of hair. You would have to do something in that instance. Probably. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. Okay, and then we can. Yeah, and then once we're like happy with the hair that we have, remember to select it. Then you want to go down to finalize hair. Then it's made a copy. And it's even put it in its own folder. And it's labeled it. I didn't name it properly, but you probably want to label it something like hair underscore style. So like loose down 0. Okay. And yeah, you end up having like a complete copy of this hair, and you can export it into a game engine, or you can, if you feel like you need to have it a little bit more manipulated in terms of, you probably, before you export it into a game engine, you probably want to rig it onto the character. If you feel like it's something that needs to be rigged, because there are some pipelines that are now introducing like nanite hair. However, I do think that needs to be a little bit more cautious in terms of the fact that currently Unreal Engine is a little bit weird with nanite, where if there are too many draw over, like, it gets a little bit finicky once you get into too many hairs. So there's only so many hairs that you can handle. So try to be, as much as you can, don't go over the threshold of 1,000K polygons on your hair. But yeah, you, oh wow, I think I finished early. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I kind of sped through this. Any questions? Finish early, oh my goodness. Oh, awesome. Oh, I mean, it was really small. Because this was around the beginning of the pandemic where everybody was like in lockdown. Um, and like at the time that I was hired in, like parts of the game did come out already in small chunks. Um, and the thing was that I was reached out to where it's like, hey, you seem to know how to like rig characters and roughly animate, like, do this. I was just given a task, just a small task to do a thing, like just animate a cutscene. Like first I had to rig the character using AutoRig Pro, and then it was smooth sailing. um, yeah, I mean, yeah. I Well, I guess that depends. Are you looking to like learn Blender on your own, or are you thinking about joining a team, or ooh, okay. Challenge. So I would recommend like honestly a ton of YouTube tutorials. Like everything that you could ever learn is practically on YouTube. There are so many tutorials on Blender in terms of like, hey, how do you do this? How do you do that? And I guess if you come across like a specific problem, like I mean, not a problem, but like something that like, oh, okay, I've encountered a challenge and I wish to figure out how to maneuver that. Um, you would probably like be able to easily YouTube that, where it's like, okay, I don't know how to rig this. Also, there are some Discord communities that have in the past couple of years have popped up to provide like mentorship and tutoring. And I know like there's the Agora community where they're focused on like animation, and some of them do like sometimes some modeling tutorials amongst themselves. Nobody like that. There's no like gatekeeping where it's like, oh, you must be a professional. Um, the there are like available communities on Discord, although be careful because Discord is a bit of a like don't go into random servers that you don't know anything about. um, yeah. Oh, also, I know someone just asked, hold on, is hair modeling hard on performance? Rather, do I need a beefy PC to pull this off? Um, for the particle hair, kinda, but for like the actual like curved hair, not really. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that beefy. Like so long as you're not going towards, oh, I don't know, like 10 million polygons, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, any other questions? Oh, also, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Monsieur who asked a question. No worries. I was a little bit surprised that some people still know about it. One, Tulie, a few questions from me. Okay, there's a question from Scott S on Discord. A few questions from me. In order to hide the scalp better, how common of a technique is it to cover the scalp with a hair texture? For anime styled hair, would this hair modeling process be something that you could use to make that process as easy as you make it for realistic hair? Can forces like wind be applied to the hair and respond appropriately? Um, it can't quite be applied in terms of like forces of wind, because this is like all geometry, or like sorry, not geometry, but it's like all node based. However, hold on. What you can do is you can sort of manipulate, like you can manipulate some curves. You can also manipulate like how you want it to clump. Um, but if you wanted to like hold on, maybe I need to answer them. If you want the like I think what you're asking for is like if you want like physics to be applied. So the thing is that if it's polygon like centered hair, you would need to have the hair rigged. So I'm just gonna like show a very small example. Hold on, let me hide the hair. So you would need to make like hair like let's pretend that the hair was made in like through this tool. Ooh. And then you have the character rigged, but you would also need to rig the hair, and physics would have to be applied based on the bones of the hair. So that's something that you would have to do, and I think that has to do with like that is a thing that happens like in game engines and also in Blender and other aspects. Yeah. For anime styled hair, yeah, you can actually do this exactly for anime styled hair. Hold on, let me show that. So remember how I had this hair? Well, you could make your own like different texture of the hair, and it doesn't have to be flat like right here. You can have the profile not be flat profile UV. You can have this as a circle profile with UV. Let's bring that down. There we go. Like it's a little bit more style because anime hair tends to be they use like full circle like pipe like I call it the pipe method because they're basically just like pipes. There we go. The same principle can be applied to anime hair as well. You would just need to manipulate the textures to be a bit more stylized. So basically, you would have to take like something like this and then hand paint your own textures. So yeah. Yeah. And what else? In order yeah, no worries. Yeah, you kind of forgot that the hair is modeled, that it needs to be rigged to animated. That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, that happens. Yeah. In order to hide the scalp better, how common of a technique is it to cover the scalp with a hair texture? Very common. You can literally rip every game asset ever in the entirety of man, and if at any point the character has to be like bald, okay, although there are some exceptions. Okay. A great example is Alan Wake. He has a couple things going on at the same time. Like from Alan Wake 2, from Alan Wake 2. His character model, his scalp like has hair covered. So to make sure like that there's no like bits of hair that can pop through. However, because they were that expensive of a game, they decided to not bother giving him a 5 o'clock shadow texture. It's all hair cards around his mouth, like that whole beard that he has. That is all hair cards. So if you delete, like if you just hide that, he is a clean shaven man. So it's about like how you take that as you will. It is very much common if you want to hide as much as you can. I don't know why they didn't just put some hair textures underneath that man's stubble, but that is a very expensive game. But yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? I think some people are typing their questions, maybe? Perhaps? Okay. Yeah, no, okay. So that's really, really, really funny. I got into the industry by being a VTuber. um, because the thing was that okay, there's a bit of history where what happened was around the time the pandemic started, I had potentially a couple of things lined up in terms of an interview, and I was very eager, and I was like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Um, and then nobody was hiring anymore. Everyone was like shut down, and I was not in a good place. I ended up reaching out for help, and I got mentally better, mental health. um, I also reached out to Ryan, who is actually going to be our speaker sometime later in the later part of the afternoon. He actually became one of my mentors in terms of getting like a character like sculpt in. And I had one friend say like, "Hey, this is gonna sound like a very weird thing to recommend, but why not just be a VTuber?" Very briefly, and I was so confused by that recommendation. I was like, why would I be a VTuber? And he pointed out, like, well, there are a couple of things that are beneficial. It basically made my portfolio alive. Basically, with me like, I had to make my own VTuber and character, like, from scratch, and by demonstrating that and then doing small commissions where like I was severely underpaying myself, like I was doing commissions for like only $100. um and the thing is, eventually enough people really liked what they saw where it was like, ooh, that's really cool. And there was kind of a feeding like loop where I was doing commissions because people saw me doing my artwork online, like live on Twitch. And when they would see me do my commissions, then they would commission me more, and that ended up being like a loop. And enough people kind of reached out to me, and they reached out to me through Twitter. And eventually, my current employer like reached out to me and was like, "Hey, yo, you can do character art. Wanna have benefits and um and a cushy job as a character artist." But yeah, so that is the weirdest recommendation though, and I'm not gonna lie, that's probably the recommendation that I will give to some people, and it kind of makes sense because you're basically having like a live portfolio where you're enabling the audience to basically be your potential employers, where they're like, "Ooh, you're." It is weird, but it's kind of the name of the game. Where, in order for you to be employed, or at least in my circumstance, I needed to have my skills seen, and my portfolio ended up being a living thing in the form of Twitch streams and YouTube streams. Um, but yeah. But yeah, any other questions, comments, concerns? In-person crowd, it seems. I think you're free to go. Okie dokie. Okay, that way, yeah, I think I've covered everything I can. But yeah, don't be scared, guys. If you need to reach out to me, I am available. Yeah, like I think everybody is like a potential resource. Like everybody is out there to like help everyone. We're all in this together. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Give me 1 minute. I thought when I silenced my phone that it would stop my 2 o'clock alarm from going off. Sorry about that. All right. Take 2, which I have worked under before. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me back at my alma mater to speak to the Game Development Club. Welcome to those online and as well as those of you that are here. My name is Katie Hirsch. I am a senior user interface engineer at ZeniMax Online Studios working on the Elder Scrolls Online. So that is what I do for a living. I am a graduate of UMBC back in 04. So a little bit a while back, I had a dual degree in computer science and at the time was called Imaging and Digital Arts with a concentration in animation. So I have a visual arts degree in animation and a computer science degree from here at UMBC. To give you a little bit of background of how I got to where I'm at right now, and please raise your hand if you have any questions you want to intersperse in between. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a background on how I got to where I am today, and then talk a little bit about what I was asked to speak on was the UI pipeline. So in general, that is the process from which something becomes a concept to where it gets shipped as part of the game, from the perspective of those of us that work in user interface. So to start with, I went here, I got my 2 degrees, took 4.5 years, but still got under the 4-year mark. So worked my tail off. You know, anything, if you're passionate about it, tell anybody and everyone who wants to listen, because you never know who's going to have that open door for you. And if you're not enthusiastic about it, the person you're talking to is not going to want to be enthusiastic on your behalf and open those doors for you. So be passionate about what you're doing, and it's contagious. So I actually had committed to go to a, what do you call those, a defense contractor with a semester left. But I got a internship through my own various efforts of knocking on doors while I was a student at a game company that when I was hired was called Gentle Revolution Software. And then they decided even for a game and company that was a little too wimpy. So it became GRS Games. And then when our angel investor dropped us, they switched it to, gosh, blanking on me now. We became Vision Video Games. And the president funded us out of his own pocket until he ran out of money. But he actually was too invested, actually literally, too much of his own money was in the company for him to do what needed to be done to get it through the finish line. Many of my coworkers at the time were like, well, willing to take this to the finish line for a percentage of profit or whatnot because we care about the project and we want to see it happen. But President, you have to step aside and stop scope creeping us to death so that we can get it out the door. It was a game called Space Station Sims. It was supposed to be a space station simulator where you worked with other countries to try and get your international space station up and running, and it was a cooperative, collaborative, you know, and he kept pitching it as Sims in space. Well, and so he kept coming back to our publishers, which are, to give you a little bit of the industry lingo, there's 2 types of companies there in general. There are the developers and the publishers. And sometimes that's one and the same company, and sometimes they're split apart. But in general, the developers are the ones that are building the product and making it function. And then the publishers, they're the ones who will distribute. They'll market it. They'll put it up on any of the sales areas. They'll create the campaign for it and the need and the desire and get the hype together. And so they're also commonly the ones funding it. So they'll hire a developer to make the game, or somebody will come to them and who's a developer and pitch it. And the distributor or publisher will say, okay, well, we're willing to fund the remainder of what it's going to take to get this out the door. And in exchange, we want some percentage of the profits when it gets distributed. So he kept pitching this to a bunch of publishers, hoping that we'd get picked up and funded through the remainder of the project. And he kept pitching it as Sims in space. And so he kept coming home and coming back and being like, we need the astronauts to smile more. And we're like, we can't launch the SOAS yet. So, but he couldn't let go. I was an intern. We had a meeting where it went south quickly. And everyone went out at lunch and got boxes from the local grocery store and came back to the office and started packing up their office, and that's how my internship ended. So if I hadn't figured out then that the industry was volatile, I was never going to. So that I had a semester left in college when that happened. But several of my coworkers at that internship got hired at Breakaway Games. Breakaway Games is still around, and they're still a company working in this area, but their primary focus is what we call serious games. That's using game technology to solve real-world problems. You're commonly going to see that in things like military solutions or ER simulations or training, something like that. So several people from my internship got hired there with a semester left and committed to my government contractor. I wasn't really looking at jobs. I was just trying to get through senior projects and finish up everything. And all of a sudden, all the legwork I'd done for 4 years had started working in my favor. I started having other companies reach out to me and seek me. I used a headhunter to help me work on my resume for my senior projects class. And we finished working on it, and they go, "Can I send it places?" Really? I got flown out to Arizona for an interview with Rainbow Studios in my last 2 weeks at my last semester. And I was being interviewed at Breakaway Games. That was where I really wanted to go. That's where my friends were. And, they called me back and they said, "Well, can you come in for a second interview?" I'm like, "Okay, well, it's not a no." That's okay, that's good. Turns out that the art department had been preparing to make me an offer when I came up on the programming department list of people to interview. And so they got really confused on what I actually wanted to do. So I came in for a second interview as a programmer, and they kind of just said, "Well, which would you like?" And my former coworker was leading up an art project and needed help, and they're like, "We'll hire you to get help. You're working until midnight every night. What do you need? We'll hire it for you." And he goes, "I don't know what I need, but she can do it." So I felt bad for him, so I joined his team. So I started in the industry as an artist. And I was working on a project for Northrop Grumman where we were modeling, we were basically making a simulation for UAVs. So all the textures, we had to have the IR and the AR and the various different infrared scan styles of texture that you throw on all of these vehicles. And so I started keeping more track of making sure we had all the pieces than I was making actually good artwork. So I didn't have much to show for a portfolio but I had to, if it's not done until it's in the game, until you can see it in the game. So I worked on that pipeline thing, and they weren't really letting me animate, which is what I really wanted to do. So I had an opportunity to switch to the tools program, or the working on one of their tools as a tools programmer, and it was the UI tool. And since I wasn't getting to animate, which is what I wanted to do as an artist, and the next project they had me slated for was an ER simulator, and there's a reason I didn't go into the medical field. I don't want to see that source footage. So I said, okay, I'll be a programmer. So I switched over to programming. That switch probably saved me staying in the games industry, because a month or two later, we had Breakaway's first major layoff. And I had not been a programmer long enough to be evaluated, but I had nothing to show for a portfolio because I'd done more administrative work than I'd done actual art as an artist. So I survived that layoff and continued to work on the UI tool as a programmer. became the expert in the tool because I'd worked on it so much that I started getting hired out to the various projects in the company to put in their UIs. So 2 weeks here, stick in your UI. 2 weeks there, stick in your UI. But I didn't really get to be on something from start to finish or understand what it's all about. So when the opportunity came, I also had a little hiatus where I got to work on, they did have some entertainment titles. And one of the big ones that they got right when I was there was The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2 expansion, Rise of the Witch King, which actually broke their system for too many letters than their system could handle once you added the TMs and everything. So, but it was actually based on New Line Cinema's release of the movies. We got to use the movie footage and whatnot, and they had a little bit of a disagreement about who was responsible for the intro video. You know, we thought they were doing it, they thought we were doing it, and then they just finally were like, here's one resource, enough money for one person to work on the intro video. Well, all the designers were underwater on their stuff, and all of the and they were the ones who knew how to use EA's tools in order to build these things. The artists, they could have done this, you know, it's a video, it's an artist type of thing, but you had to be able to go into their tool and script a bunch of animations and camera angles and all this other stuff. So it was a little techie for an artist to pick up, but it is a piece of art. So do you really want to give it to a programmer? And then they said, well, wait a minute, she does both. So I got a little hiatus. I had 2 months I spent on the intro video for The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2's expansion, Rise of the Witch King, which you can find online if you look for it. Pretty easy to find. So that was kind of fun. And then after that, that got us, as a company, able to work on the next EA title, which was Command & Conquer 3's expansion, Kane's Wrath. And we were using Flash, their Flash interpreter, to take UI from a Flash action script kind of thing. I don't know if you guys know what Flash is anymore. It doesn't really exist anymore, but it was big then. And so it was a nice tool that artists could use to do animations and whatnot, but could be exported into the game and then through some black box where they'd already lost the code to the black box. It went through the black box and ended up working in the game. And you just kind of had to guess and do kind of testing to figure out how to get that pipeline to work. Well, the person who had done that for us on the Lord of the Rings title was a designer who had some Flash experience, and he said, if you do that to me again, I'm leaving. So we needed somebody else to work on the UI when we got the Command & Conquer contract, and I went, I'll try it. I want to be on a project. I want to have something that has a deadline. You know, the problem with working on tools, don't get me wrong, I love my tools programmers, and they're amazing, and they do amazing work. But a tool is never done. You can always make a tool better. And so your tools are just something you keep working on and keep working on and keep working on. The nice thing about an actual game is you ship it, and then you're like, yay, I finished it, I'm done. Of course, now I work on a MMO, so we just keep working on it. It's kind of like working on tools. I became the lead user interface programmer on Command & Conquer 3's expansion, Kane's Wrath. Had to learn that system, had a couple of programmers working under me. It was a slog. That's where you have the that crunch come in. Certainly had some crunching to get through that, and Breakaway was not doing well. We were over budget, we were understaffed, and that was starting to go downhill. Other projects in the studio were also not doing well. So I had an opportunity to switch to Firaxis while I was on Command & Conquer, but I like to see things to the end. So I declined it. The guy under me took the job. So once the Command & Conquer finally got to the finish line, Breakaway was really hurting. They were missing paychecks, and people were leaving on sinking ships, you know, like it was a sinking ship. At the time, ZeniMax was just starting up. It was the worst kept secret in the industry at the time that they were working on an Elder Scrolls game and an MMO. Everyone knew it, even though it was all supposed to be NDA'd. So they were hiring, they were doing that Firaxis was hiring up some people, and it was kind of like a competition, which one was going to get more breakaway people. And it was my first job. I'd been there for 3.5 years. It was hard. It's hard to leave your first job. If you've never had to do that before, it's nothing really harder, especially when you love the people and you love what you're working on. But it was the thing that I needed to do, and it was the right thing to do. And I had a lot of people over at Firaxis coming, come join us. Most of the programmers got hired by Firaxis. Most of the artists got hired by ZeniMax. So I ended up leaving Breakaway and going to Firaxis to work on an unannounced title that ended up dying. So to this day, I will not tell any audiences what that project was because I am still under NDA. But the person here in the room who works at Firaxis might be able to hum a few bars and figure it out. Or ask your coworkers, they'll know. So I got hired for that. Was doing a really good job, really enjoyed that team. I was working directly with Sid Meier. But it didn't actually, it was the only thing in the studio that didn't have a ship date. And so when they got Take-Two, who owned Firaxis at the time, and I think still does, they're like, we don't want you hiring anymore. So hiring Cap, my project got put on the shelf, and our team got redistributed to the other two teams in the office, which at the time were Civilization 5 and XCOM Enemy Unknown. So I worked for about 9 months on XCOM Enemy Unknown, but I was the last UI person on the team. Hey, guess what? That guy who was under me at Breakaway, he was my lead on XCOM. So don't burn bridges, because you never know who you're going to run into again in this industry. So once we were doing good on that, but Civ 5 had the first ship date. And they were struggling, and they needed more help. Well, I'm the last person on XCOM. I'm the first person off of XCOM to help with Civ 5. And so I worked on Civ 5. Now I'm back in crunch. They were well behind schedule. So I helped work on getting their UI going. Their UI was in sorry shape. They were still trying to build the tools. They were trying to build a custom tool set for putting the UI together. And because they were so in the weeds on building the tool set, they didn't have time to build UIs on top of the tool set. So any programmer who needed a UI was just kind of throwing it in as they could. So there was no consistency in the UI, no broader design, nothing like that going on. And this would have been a fantastic plan had they not moved up the ship date 6 months on the team, in which case they didn't have time to build the tool set that they thought they did. So I helped try and get that out the door, but there was a point in time where I got called into an office with 20 of my closest friends, and we got told, you know, that project that got shelved, it's not coming back. And once Civ 5 ships, we don't have anywhere to put you. So I was let go that day, along with 20 other people in the first ever Firaxis layoff. I was really upset about that. I enjoyed being at Firaxis. I didn't want to leave. But that was what happened. Spent the first week just kind of like rediscovering my backyard from the foliage that had overgrown it during crunch. And you know, before you know it, Day One Studios was knocking on my door asking if I could come help out. So I started at Day One Studios as a contractor working on Fear 3. Because they're a first-person shooter, so, you know, they don't really have enough UI to warrant a full-time person, right? I proved them wrong. In about 9 months, they hired me full-time. And we ended up shipping Fear 3 and starting on another project. We got about 6 months into that project, and they went, we love what you're doing, but we don't think there's a market for it. So the publisher who had hired us to work on this, they pulled the plug. And 70% of the staff at Day One Studios, including people who had been there over a decade, got let go. So obviously I was part of that. So that was rough. And then I'm kind of in the wind. I did a couple of I did some contract work, worked for Scaleform on a little contract for a couple of months. Throughout this entire time, starting when I was at Breakaway all the way through, I've been adjuncting here at UMBC. I helped create the games track that you guys have. I was an advisor to Marc Olano and at the time Neil McDonald in constructing the track in both the art and computer science department, and taught the first games class to kick off the project called The Anatomy of a Video Game. So I still had my connections here at UMBC. So I was already committed to teaching the games class that semester, even though I had no job. So I was working some contract work at Scaleform. I was teaching here at UMBC and picking up a couple other little contracts along the way, and then ended up joining a startup company that one of my old coworkers had started, doing what is really where my heart is, which is using game technology for education. Unfortunately, we never really got any good funding going. So after a year and a half of trying to get it to work, kind of living off of a contract doing basically a chiropractic app, we really didn't get anywhere. So I got tired of not being paid, so I went and found a real job, switched out of the games industry, started doing stuff at other companies, doing enterprise software, first at Bridgestone, yes, the tire company, and then at Tenable Network Security, again, all in the UI space, but now I'm doing web dev, UI, and whatnot. And I started also teaching data structures here at the same time, because they were hurting for data structures professors, and that's the only thing that kept my skill set in C++ up to shape enough that when I felt my skill set atrophying outside the games industry, and had somebody tap me on the shoulder, an old coworker from the startup company, say, hey, we need some UI people over at ZeniMax. I decided to, hey, if it doesn't work out, I'm still got Tenable. They're not going anywhere. If you're going to switch jobs, it's great to have a job while you're looking for a job, because that takes the pressure off and gives you a little more strength to negotiate. So, by God's grace, I passed the programmer test, and they hired me on. And it's been almost 7 years now that I've been at ZeniMax Online Studios working on the Elder Scrolls Online, where I've done a series of large features from Guild Finder to Group Finder to Zone Guide and everything in between. So that's the not so brief what I've done for a living. So any questions on that before I talk about the UI pipeline?
So when you first got into UI, was it just kind of like, you had said it combines a little bit of both the UI and the programming, but did you know that was something you wanted to do, or did you just kind of go, well, I could do this?
Well, I think by the time I ended up finishing at UMBC, I was going down the graphics track a lot in my computer science world, because I thought that was where my two majors connected. It was a sensible, reasonable thing, but the fact is, I don't like using math to make pretty pictures. So graphics really wasn't for me. I took AI in my last semester and realized that that's what I love. I love bringing things to life. And I loved AI in programming, and I loved animating in art, because I love seeing things come to life. And that's kind of the fun of UI, is I get to, whatever I write code for, I get to see it in action. And so that's how I got to use both my skill sets simultaneously, even though I am a programmer. And when I first became a UI person at my first job, I had been an artist at that same job beforehand. So every UI artist I worked with knew me as having been an artist and respected my input from an artistic standpoint. So it gave me a lot of freedom to kind of speak both languages between art and programming, because I don't know if you guys have noticed being in the game club, but artists and programmers don't speak the same language. So it's important to have somebody who can kind of translate between the two. So that's kind of what drew me to UI, is that I got my artist sensibilities got to be tapped into while still being able to write code and be a programmer. So user interface, what is it? So in most companies, user interface from a games standpoint is the 2D layout or 2D elements that intersperse the game, either overlaid or embedded into the system, but usually they're rendered on top, even if they look like they're situated inside the game world itself. So that constitutes most of what UI is responsible for. The way that it most differs from enterprise software is that when you do user interface as an enterprise software engineer, you are the user experience for your for your person who's interacting with your software. No other access to the software happens except through the UI. However, in the games industry, we have this other thing called a 3D world, and it does most of the driving. And so UI is a little more like poor Oliver going, please game engine, may I have the input? Can I do something with the input now because I want to put up a screen? So you're having to negotiate with the larger game engine, and you're only one in a larger piece where most of the driving is happening from the seat of the gameplay programmers and the gameplay engineers. So there's a lot more moving pieces. There's a lot more negotiating. You get to work with artists and people of all different backgrounds. So that's a little bit that's how I'm going to define UI for the purposes of this talk. It's the 2D overlay, which tends to be blamed most often for slowing down the system, because rendering things flat on top of the screen tends to chew up a lot more RAM than a lot of your 3D stuff that can run through the processor and get crunched like little polygons. So yeah, we become the scapegoat. Also, if anything looks broken, it's UI's fault. It's just the way it goes. We're always the one filtering everyone's bug. No, that's a data bug. That's not us. But okay. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the roles and then into what the pipeline looks like. So in general, and I'm going to mostly focus on the way that we do things at ZeniMax because, hey, I've been there twice as long as anywhere else I worked, and it's where I am currently. But I'm going to try to compare that and contrast it a little bit with some of the other places I've worked at, because honestly, these are all general overviews of generally how things work. Do not take anything I say as this is how it is in the games industry, because absolutely everywhere is different. Every team has its own way of doing things, and you're just kind of learning on the fly. What I like to tell students is you think that when you get through and you get your degree and everything and you think, oh, I know so much, you don't. Start right there. You know nothing. If you got your CS degree, congratulations, you have the ABCs. We don't have to teach you what a pointer is. We just go in going, okay, you've got a degree in computer science, you've got the basic ABCs. Everything else we have to teach you. It's just anywhere you work, go in with the humble attitude of, even if you've been working in the industry for 20 years, I don't know how they do their stuff. I don't know the way they approach things. Yes, I can have ideas of what the proper way to do things is and how to approach code and whatnot. But in general, I'm going to start here, just here to learn, here to integrate into your system, because every system is different. So the major roles that I'm going to talk about is the creative director / lead designer, the product owner, the producer, designers, artists, engineers, and QA. So there's a lot of people involved in this pipeline. The creative director, our lead designer, whichever one you want to call it, depends a little bit again on the structure and where you are. It's the creative director at ZeniMax. At Firaxis, when I worked there, it was the lead designer. They're the big idea person. They're the person that says, I want a feature that does X. And then they look at their designers and say, give me a feature that does X. And then the designers have to go and they write their one-pagers, or they play around with some ideas, and they come back and forth and whatnot, and then they bring their idea back to the creative director and like, is this kind of what you wanted? Yes, go that way. All right, now the next step, and I'm interspersing the roles with the process, so I took a little longer on my background than I wanted to, is they've done this initial back and forth design concept. Sometimes at this early stage, we might have one programmer in there, potentially. Usually not, but try to get one programmer maybe in there. And the whole role of a programmer, and it doesn't have to be a UI programmer, it could just be a general engineer. Their job is to sit here and go, yeah, our engine doesn't do that. In general, they're the reality check in the room. Because there's a different, in essence, a designer, a creative director, all of these types, the creative ideas people, they're going to ask for the moon. It is their job to ask for the moon. It is the producer's job to say you can't have the moon, but this is what you can have and what our resources allow for. The producer is generally the person who's manning the schedule. So once we have a design, once we kind of have the idea of what we're going to do and what it's kind of going to look like, then the producer takes that design and walks over to the engineers, and we sit down in what we call a scoping meeting, and they go through and say, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. The general design, from a UI perspective, our UI designer's been involved in this the whole time. And now it's their turn to grab this amorphous design for what might be a larger system. Because from the UI perspective, it may require us to put up a screen or something like that. But there has to be another system underpinning it. So I always use this example, even though I wasn't even at the company when they built this feature. But something like the justice system in ESO. This is the system that allows you to sneak up on NPCs and pickpocket them, and then you get items that are hot. And if you get caught by a guard, you have to pay a bounty, and you can take it to the Thieves Guild and kind of fence it and make it clean. That whole system is the kind of thing that a system designer would create. They'd come up with the idea for how it would work, how you'd interact throughout the environment, and then they'd also be responsible for doing all the spreadsheets of, what percentage you have of being successful at pickpocketing and what the kinds of loot you would get from it and all of that. So they spend all their time crunching numbers and playing on spreadsheets. But that would be a system level designer. They're coming up with the whole overarching system. Well, the UI part of that might be, well, we need a special store for you to sell your fenced items, or we need to add something to an icon into our inventory to tell you that this item it needs to be laundered before you can sell it. So those are the pieces that a UI designer then builds the screen for. They'll create the screen, and then they'll bring it to the engineers, and we scope it. It'll take this many weeks to do that. It'll take this many weeks to do that. That's a new piece of technology we need to build, or that's pretty easy to do that. And the producer will take those scopes, usually then double them, because then you've got iteration and all of that stuff that goes on. And then they'll take it to the creative director and whoever's manning the larger production schedule and say, this is how long it'll take. And the creative, we've done this for about, 50 different potential features. And the creative director looks at how much time we have in the schedule, how many resources we have available for those things, and he might pick 3 things. These are the things I want. This is going to be the back of the box feature or whatever. These are the things that I want done within this, what do we call them? Sprint, within this sprint or these several sprints or within this release. And so then it gets laid on the schedule. Once it's now on the schedule, that's when it finally gets to my team. And we finally get our hands on it after we kind of got to see it in the scoping. And we get to finally, grill our UI designer to death and ask all the questions and tell them what works and what doesn't work with their design, and it really turns into a negotiation process. Now, I'm saying this because we actually at ZeniMax have UI designers that are different than our UI artists. That is not always the case. In fact, most of the other places I've worked at before this, Breakaway, Firaxis, the designer and the artist were one and the same person in a lot of cases. So the artist would build these mock-ups and everything, and they'd be coming up with how everything was going to get laid out at the same time that they'd actually also be making the icons and creating the backgrounds for the system and all, laying out kind of the artsy look to it. So we are very blessed in our team that we actually have an icon aficionado who just spits out icons all day, and sometimes will show a background piece or something or whatnot, but just is an amazing talent with icons, and that's all he does is play in Photoshop. And you'll have artists that are like that. I've worked with artists that loved being hands-on on the animation. They want to be in Flash, they want to create the experience, they want to make the little glows and build in those timing and build all of that out. And then I've taken that, and then I've cleaned up all the keyframes and tried to make it a little more engine friendly and then help it slide into the engine. And then I've had other artists that are like, here's your PNG. And I'm doing the cutting up and I'm doing the placing it in there because they're like technology. So it just depends on who your artist is and how hands-on they want to get with it. And because I've got the background in art, I can kind of be part of that sliding scale to meet the artist where they're at. And I can open Photoshop sometimes. Though right now, ZeniMax has not given me a license for it, which makes me sad. So I can't actually open Photoshop right now, but I've done it a lot in the past. So because the artist, designer, whoever it is, once the programmers start building it, it becomes more of a negotiation. Sometimes it's less so. When I worked at Day One Studios, all our artists were in Chicago, and our designers were in Chicago, and we were here in Hunt Valley. And so they'd already done all the design stuff and everything, and by the time they handed it to us, they thought, like, we've worked everything out, here you go. But I have questions. No, we've already decided, and it was a bit annoying because we were made to feel like a code monkey. But that's not typical. In most cases, it becomes, hey, is this how you wanted this to work? What if we did it this other way? And it becomes a little bit of a negotiation between if you do it this way, the way you originally designed it, it'll take like an extra 2 weeks. But hey, if we use this element that we already have and just tweak it a little bit, then we can have that done in no time. So it becomes this trade-off. As a programmer, I hate to say we can't do something. You don't want to be the wet blanket in the room of we can't. It becomes a negotiation. We could give you that, but this is what you're giving up to get that, because this is the trade-off. We only have so many hours in a day. So we go back and forth on this negotiation. Sometimes, I've seen programmers get a design and go like, I really don't want to build this. This is gross. And they'll go and look at some other games and say, what if we did it this way? And I've watched the entire thing pivot. One of those examples was the Guild Finder. My fellow programmer said, this is just gross. Can we do it this other way, kind of like this other game? And once people saw the new design, no one wanted the old one. So there is an opportunity to have a say in what you're building. I'm not just a code monkey. So once we get into that implementation, it still is a relatively lots of iteration kind of thing. It's nice to kind of have some QA. We've got our dedicated QA guy. QA, for those who don't know, is quality assurance. They're the testers. It is their job to test the game. I had a producer once had a great saying, because everyone thinks that's like your dream job. QA in most cases, unless you're in a lead role, is more like your entry-level, like minimum wage job of the industry. You get paid in minimum wage and pizza most of the time. So but being a QA tester doesn't mean you get to sit around and play games all day. It means you get to repeatedly play a broken game in the same way over and over again. And then when it finally starts getting enough not broken that it might become enjoyable, they ship it and give you another broken game to work on. So that was a good Barry Caudell-ism. Once we're into the implementation, from a UI perspective, a few of the things that we have to focus on as a UI feature is UI has double the work of everybody else. Isn't that nice? All those gameplay people, they get to build a system and it kind of works the same way everywhere, and then UI, it's like, all right, keyboard, gamepad. You got to build it twice. once for the keyboard and mouse, and once for gamepad, and they have to somehow stay consistent and all be fully functional. And there's a lot of negotiations and a lot of things on your PC. They're like, why don't they give us this thing on keyboard? And it's like, yeah, because we can't find a way to make it parity on the gamepad. So there's a lot of negotiation that happens there. UI. Most game engines, we have a special aspect of having a layer called a scripting language layer. So, and most of you, if you've dabbled in becoming add-on developers or whatnot, you're familiar with, like, WoW has it, ESO has it, where you can use Lua script to build add-ons on top of it. That's also how we build most of our user-facing things. So we have managers and underpinnings that are in the engine. So most games have a game engine, and then sitting on top of it is that scripting layer for the UI. What's happening in modern games, definitely in MMOs, but it can happen in other modern games that aren't MMOs as well, is now there's a layer called the server. And that's where all your data lives. If you are playing multiplayer of any kind, there's some sort of server that's keeping a consistent tally of what's going on with you and what's going on with you, so that when I move over here, you see me move and it's consistent. And there's some place that is unified that is tracking that information. So there's an element that's much like web development in that it's make a request to the server, wait, get something back from the server. So we're negotiating, we've got the server, you've got databases underneath the server, so we have database engineers, server engineers. Then we have gameplay engineers and UI engineers, and it's kind of, the gameplay and the UI kind of milled into each other, because gameplay they can do some server work and they can do some client work. And then UI, we're mostly in the client, but we're also in this extra layer of scripting languages. We use Lua in my career. I've worked with Lua. I've worked with ActionScript, obviously, as part of Flash. I've worked with C# when I've done Unity work. And I work currently and in the past in many different setups with XML. Whereas your game engine, both the server and the client, is primarily written in C++. And there's usually some sort of interface that talks between the scripting language and the C++. So my ideal UI is one where the scripting language is not much more than a skin that is completely dumb, and all of the information is coming out of the engine, so that you could just take a facelift, remove the UI from the scripting language, and put in a whole new one, and everything would work fine. It's not really the way that ESO is set up, but you don't always get what you want. You walk into the situation you have, and we do a pretty good job of creating scripting language managers within our scripting language, so we do get a little bit of a separation between the display part of it and the thinking, processing part. As a UI person, we also have to deal with localization. Does anyone know what localization is?
Translating to every language instead of getting regional differences.
Yes. So, funny enough, enterprise software seems to be behind the 8 ball on this one. They really don't think about the fact that if they're an international piece of software, that it would be nice if you translated it into other languages. But games know. They know their audience is across the world. And so from the get-go, any piece of text is getting translated into where it comes out of a string database and gets placed on the screen. And UI is responsible for it. That's why you've got, you'll play something where you'll load the exit menu, and it'll have like a button that's this long, and it'll say the word exit. And you're like, why? It's because in German, exit might be that long. So you've got to actually make it fit in the language and handle a lot of the different language things. We had a fun bug that came through the other week because they're like, hey, this German word doesn't fit in your piece of UI space. And it's like, I think you need to just retranslate it because we're not going to accommodate a 27-character word. I'm sorry. It's just a little too long. When it's longer than our alphabet, no. So that was always fun. So yeah, and then localization, I won't bore you with that too much, but if you want to ask questions about it, I can certainly get a little more in the weeds about localization. And then the other piece I touched on a little bit with my history is in-house tools. In-house tools is something that, UI, we have to work with them just like everybody else. We may provide them to people like our content creators or designers or stuff like that in order to get their work in the game. But in general, programmers, I think you've heard, we're always trying to work ourselves out of a job. Because the goal is if we can give them what they need to do their job and remove ourselves from the equation, then we've done our job right. So we could say we're working ourselves out of a job, but it just gives us more space and time in order to build the next feature that we need to. I feel bad for content because every time we add a new system, we hand them all the tools and say, go, run with it, go play, and I can forget about it. And now for every zone from here on out, you have to actually add antiquity dig sites. Have fun with that. But I don't have to think about it again. I just get to work on the next feature. So in-house tools, they're used by us. We build them for others. And every in-house tool, because it's in-house and custom, there's no manual. You just have to learn how to figure it out. So those of you who want to go into content, learning how to learn software, good skill set to have. And then we also, in every new feature that we get, we're building this new feature, but we may have to support it in all of our existing systems. So, okay, we created a new feature. Oh, but we have this system of center screen announcements that pop up when something happens or gets unlocked. We have to make sure that that happens for this system too. Or maybe if you get something new, you get a notification. Or we have to make it work with the other systems. Or maybe we added a new kind of mini game type. Oh, that needs a leaderboard. So you got to augment all your existing UI, and then you've got to create consistency, both visually and in how the game is played. It's important. If every menu you opened had a different set of keys that did different things, well, I know on this screen the A button was a real cool way to navigate through everything, but on this screen, X is what we're going to have you use to navigate. It would just frustrate the user because the user gets used to a system, a way of doing things. It's why you basically are built into B is your back button. That's non-negotiable. It just is because that's what your user is used to. So once you get through all this iteration and you're iterating on it, and your QA person is pounding on it. We have a great QA guy that just kind of looks at our check-ins and sees what we changed and then goes and pounds on it and comes back with, is this, can I bug it? Okay, this is what I'm seeing. So we do an iterative process, working on it, getting feedback, fixing bugs, and it's simultaneously happening while content is putting in their stuff. And so we get through that, and once we finally, and the artists are giving us our icons we need, we're putting art, when we're waiting on art, we always have something, every company does this, they have some sort of generic icon of something or whatnot that we put in there. You absolutely never put in something fun and cute. Because anything that's fun and cute, especially if it's proprietary and not yours, if it ships, you could get sued. I had somebody in my first job thought it would be cute to, put in a bat signal as their little temporary icon. Yeah, that got ripped out immediately because, boy, you can get sued for that one fast if it ends up shipping. So anything you put in there, assume worst case scenario, what's going to happen if it ships. So, and that's why EA wouldn't let us use the magenta square, which is the most common placeholder, magenta square. It's programmer art at its finest. So then, once we've got we've bug fix, polish, there's usually a stage where we have code lock. Everything's kind of blocked out, and now we're all stepping away from it, and only the critical bugs are getting solved, and only critical things are going through. At this point, most games are going through something called alpha lock. That's where all the text that's getting displayed on the screen can't be changed at this point, because we have to send it to the localization houses for them to localize. And then there's also, it has to go through all of the console releases. We have to ship it to Sony and get their approval that it doesn't. And when they're certifying our game, they're not certifying whether it's a fun game or not, whether it's good to play, whether or not we got bugs when we, that your game didn't jump you back to the start and not save you properly or whatever. The thing they care about is, does your game make our console look broken? That's the primary thing that they're testing for in cert. So I was playing the game and I yanked the controller out. Did the game crash? That's a cert violation. Can't ship with that. So then it has to go through the cert process. It may go through that several times. This is also why typically you'll see games release on PC, and then 2 weeks later they'll release on the console, because the console has that extra layer of approval processes that they have to go through. Once we get through a lot of that internal testing, we end up in beta testing, and each time it gets harder and harder to get something that's allowed to be approved, because the riskier it is, the less likely we're going to push it into this release. We may wait till another release to give an extra amount of time for QA to pound on it. So I know that's kind of hand-wavy and overview-y, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of an overarching process, how we get from start to finish on a UI feature. I left myself very little time, but do we have any questions? Yes?
What would you say makes for a good UI designer? Is it someone who has some sort of background similar to yours in both like art, animation, and programming? Or is it really
Okay, I'm going to say, for the record, I'd be a terrible UI designer. What makes a great UI designer? I think the top thing is playing lots of games. I actually am one of those weirdos. I work in the games industry. I do not play a lot of games. I just make them. The designer has to be aware of what's out there in the industry. They have to be aware of what else is going on. A good designer is playing other games and not just saying, this is fun, but looking at the UI on those games and saying, what did I like about it? What didn't I like about it? What would I improve about it? Look at your very favorite game and say, what would I change? And if your answer is nothing, it's amazing, you're not doing very well in making yourself a UI designer. So it's being able to have a critical eye of what's going on in the UI. You have to keep track of a lot of information, because the UI designer has to constantly be in these meetings where he's thinking about this, how that affects this other piece, how those all relate together. So understanding all the aspects and all the features. It helps to have some graphics skill to be able to lay out UIs, though I've worked with UI designers that, their mock-ups are like stick figure. So you don't necessarily have to have great art skills to be a designer. It helps to be able to have some sort of visual ability, but you're usually just trying to lay things out and understand the relationship between things. Having a little bit of understanding of scripting and how that works is helpful, because you're going to have to communicate with programmers. You're also going to have to communicate with artists. But keeping track of a lot of information and understanding how the game works in and of itself, and being able to communicate effectively, being able to write effectively. your designs, because Ryan's going to say this later on, but ideas in this industry are cheap. Everybody's got an idea. Everybody's got an amazing idea for a game. But this is an extremely collaborative process, which is what I tried to show here. Everybody's got a hand in trying to make this happen. So it's really being able to adapt to the situations on the ground, understand what the programmer's limitations are, and what you want, and trying to figure out how to navigate those two things and negotiate those two things. So yeah, being well-versed in games and how their UIs work, being able to communicate effectively, and then having a little bit of scripting and art skills is helpful, but communication skills are probably your top need. Other questions? Yes?
Two questions. First, any tips on how to bridge the gap between artists and programmers?
I mean, they do speak different languages, so it is challenging. I think communication is good, understanding what they're doing, what you're doing right now, being in the club where you get to see what the artists are doing, see what the programmers are doing, because there's a kind of a mystification here where artists think that there's like a make code button, and programmers think there's just like this make art button, and they don't understand the effort that goes into each of those sides of things. So I think having a little bit of curiosity about the other side, asking what they mean. The most important thing, if you're not going to go, super deep into what the other side is doing or whatnot, define your terms at the beginning of a discussion. Because when people use the terms, they mean extremely different things usually. If you're talking about an edge, in programming versus art, those are two very different things. Just a simple word like that can be diametrically opposed from the mentality that each side is coming from, because you often are using the same words with completely different meanings. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Yeah, and also, how desired are tools programmers in the industry?
Very. Especially if you've got a little bit of what I tell people, if you've got a decent mind for programming, but you're kind of more of an art person, tools is a great track to go down, especially if you're what we call a technical artist. And that's a role where you're writing art, your tools for the artists to do their work. So you need to be not ignorant of how artists do their work in order to support them and provide them with tools, but you're doing a lot of the programmy kind of stuff for them. So tools is extraordinarily needed. Some companies don't give it the time and the resources that it needs, but they're absolutely indispensable. And places are almost always looking for tools programmers. It's a very valuable skill set. In fact, I'm hunting one down for my game jam project right now because I want to work on a tool and I don't know enough about it. So that's one of the cool things my company's doing. In a couple weeks, we're all taking a break from actually developing on ESO and doing a game jam for like a week. So yeah, get that working at Firaxis. Get on that. All right, other questions? Yes.
Yeah, so many games have similar features, health, stats, and you need UI elements for each of those. And a lot of times they end up being either similar or they could be different. Like a first-person shooter, you may have a red screen start to show up on the player for health, or you may have a progress bar in an MNL. What would you say of the possible common UI elements have you found to be either the most difficult to implement, or if you have anecdotal of a difficult UI element, what would you say was the most difficult for you?
If you're talking about just in general difficult UI elements to build,
yeah.
I'm just going to take the question and say most difficult UI element I've had to work on. Far and away, the group finder drop downs. Uh, those were horrible. And that was more, it had less to do with the element itself and more to do with what information we were trying to convey. So it was almost like a do everything for me UI. And it was just, I should have spoken up sooner and tried to get it to be more simplified as a design. Because basically they wanted, when you pick this out of this drop down, depending on what you pick, these like next 3 drop downs could completely repopulate differently. And the interaction between all of those elements was so complicated and depended on so many different rule sets that were drawing from data that we pulled out of the content side that we had really no control over, made it was I ended up rewriting that system like probably 3 times when we were first building it, and I'm still not happy with it and still not that great. So it just probably should have, we should have nipped that one early on and said, this is just too complicated. And that's really a lesson. If you're fighting too hard against the UI to make it do what it is you're trying to get it to do, it's probably a sign that you're trying to do too much and that you need to reevaluate how you're approaching the problem. So, but yeah, when it comes to health bars, all the different ways are super easy. The first thing I thought of was sometimes the painful things are in Command and Conquer, it's just fighting with what the artists want to do. We had this guy that wanted to make a border around the edge of the meta world, and it tanked the frame rate. And we're like, what happened? Why is this little like decorative, border tanking our frame rate? And they're like, well, why don't we put it into wireframe? We put it into it didn't change at all. We're like, this thing's like 2,000 polygons, and all it is a little border. So when we replaced that, it got a lot better. But you never know what's going into your game, and you just have to evaluate it from all the different sides. So, but there are other things that are more complicated. I'd say one of the most complicated problems in UI in general is timing issues. It's the showing thing on the screen while waiting for information back from the server. This information got here before this information, but I needed this information first. How do I not screw up the way this is showing up, because everything showed up at a different time? So it's those little quick timing issues that are a problem, especially when you're working with input at the same time. So I've gone over my time, I think. So I guess I should do you want me to keep answering questions or wrap up?
Do we have any online?
No, none online.
There's one back here.
There is a Q&A section in the Discord for this event. So if there are any questions, wait, is she in the Discord?
I haven't access to it, but I didn't bring my computer.
We can send you the link for people to ask questions. You can follow up there if that works too.
Yeah, and I can step outside and keep asking or answering questions. I don't want to keep eating into Marc's time. So, but thank you, and hope that was helpful.
So, hello everybody. So as the slide hopefully says, my name's Marc Olano. I'm actually a professor here at UMBC and currently also an associate dean in the college. I think I may have a slide in a little bit that has some background on me, but I'll just tell you a little bit about myself before we get into the presentation. So, and kind of my path into games, I guess. So I actually made my first games at home in high school. They were not very good, but you know. And then I went to college. So in high school, I was interested in programming, but I had a really great physics teacher, so I was also kind of interested in physics. And I did kind of a cool science fair project where I built a calculator out of little microchips, and so I was kind of interested maybe in like computer engineering or electrical engineering or something like that. And I did a whole bunch of technical theater, so I was maybe kind of interested in that. So, you know, going into college, I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I chose a place that was pretty good in all of those things, figuring that it would give me some choices. So I ended up going to the University of Illinois and picked electrical engineering there as my major, which their electrical engineering is basically like our computer engineering here. So that was what I majored in undergrad. I also took every theater lighting design course that I could and did lighting design for several of their shows while I was there because they got a big theater program. And someplace around my junior year, I went and saw a talk by a woman who was an artist who did 3D computer graphic art and worked with people at the Supercomputer Center there for doing visualization of scientific data, sort of crossing between art and graphics and programming. And I was like, wow, this stuff is really cool. So I got involved in that, worked for that Supercomputer Center for a while. And I'm like, okay, so maybe computer science is the thing that I should be doing, not this computer engineering stuff. But I was like far enough along that it was hard to change. So I finished my undergrad degree in basically computer engineering. And then I went to grad school in computer science specifically to learn about computer graphics. And so I went to University of North Carolina. I probably got in there because they had a series of projects that were about designing and building new graphics hardware. And so it was probably because of my computer engineering background that I ended up getting into their program. But they had a series of projects where they were designing and building like new innovative graphics hardware. These things were big. I mean, when you're doing something like, you know, in your PC, it's a little chip. As an experimental thing, it's like multiple racks of equipment because you don't miniaturize it until you figure out how to do it, right? So probably the most interesting thing that I did there, which was the topic of my PhD dissertation, was about making graphics hardware programmable. So basically the first, there was an idea that the movie guys were using called procedural shading to make their software renderers more flexible and easier to change. And I thought that maybe we could do it on graphics hardware with just a little bit of tweaks to what was in the hardware. So we built the first hardware that could do that. That's now like a major feature in every GPU out there. And so when I graduated, I went to work for a graphics hardware company because that seemed like the thing to do. You know, a few years into that, I kind of realized that the company I was at wasn't doing so well, but I didn't really like sort of the short-term profit goals of working at a company like that. So I thought about going back to be a professor someplace. I had a PhD, might as well, right? So I looked a bunch of places. I applied to like 50 different schools, and I ended up here. So I show up here, UMBC, great. So for like 12 years, I'd been working on the software side of people who were building new graphics hardware. So here, walk in the door, it's like, okay, what am I going to do? There's nobody building new graphics hardware at UMBC or anywhere near here. And it's like, well, but I really love real-time computer graphics. I mean, that's part of the reason that I took like the procedural shading stuff and put it into graphics hardware, because I like the sort of immediacy of real-time stuff. So I'm like, who uses real-time computer graphics? Oh, look, games use real-time computer graphics. Do I know anyone in the games industry who can tell me like what's going on? And it turns out, several people who had worked at the company that I used to work for were in the games industry, or had left as well, but had gone into the games industry in various places. So I had actually a bunch of friends who were doing work in the games industry, and so I started here doing computer graphics that with trying to make it apply to games. And we started the game development track here, actually kind of in the first few years that I was here. I hadn't ever worked on a game. So here I am claiming, oh, I'm doing graphics for games. I'd never done it. So a few years, like 6 years, every 6 years as a professor, you get to do a thing they call a sabbatical, which is like you spend a year working someplace else on something that's supposed to advance your career. So some faculty spend some time off writing a book. Some people will go off to another university research lab someplace. Some people will go to industry. That's the route I chose. I found a game company, Firaxis. Several of you know of Firaxis. And I spent a year there working on Civilization V. And that was sort of my first game and first shipped game. After I finished with that, it's like, well, it's another 6 years until I get another one of these sabbaticals. But I learned so much and had so many, saw so many cool ideas for things to work on that I'm like, I can't wait 6 years for that. So since then, almost every summer, I've gone off and done contract work at other game companies. So I've done stuff with Oxide. I've done stuff with Big Huge Games. I did stuff with, 2K, although 2K because, one, because they are the parent company of Firaxis, and two, because I knew the guy who was the CTO at the time really well. And so connected with them. I did some stuff with Activision. They have a central technology group that does kind of technology that they share among all their studios. Same guy actually was working there before he went to 2K. So Activision came first, and then he left Activision to go be CTO at 2K. And I was like, hey, Nate, you got anything over there? I did do a second sabbatical a few years ago now, but I spent another year down in North Carolina at Epic working on the Unreal Engine down there. And so I was working in their rendering team. And some of the stuff that's in the Unreal Engine now is stuff I put in there. So what I am going to talk to you about today is at least my take on what kinds of innovation happen in games, especially on the graphics side, and what doesn't. So sort of what, games, a lot of games, especially AAA games, don't have a lot of room to be very innovative, but they do try and usually do at least a few things that have a little bit of innovation in them. And so I wanted to basically have some time to talk about that. So before I get past the title slide, any questions on any of that stuff? Yeah.
Not specifically about that, but if you would like to continue standing there, I can hand you my mouse so that you can click through the slides.
Sure, that might be easier. All right, so to explain how innovation happens and doesn't happen in games, I thought I might start with a little sort of detour into the economics of the games industry. Games are considered an entertainment industry, much like movies or music or live theater, various other forms of entertainment. Last year, where I have sources, and I'll show these slides later. So the Entertainment Software Association is an organization, sort of lobbying organization for the games industry, and they collect a lot of data, which they report yearly. And so, yeah, the 2023 global revenue of the games industry was over $57 billion. That includes hardware and software. That's kind of an impressive number, right? That puts it, so you can look at the Motion Picture Association, has similar numbers for movies. You can look at the recording industry, the RIAA has similar numbers for music. So that puts it about where like the US part of the movie industry is, not counting the increasing amount of streaming content. So US theater releases are about this big. So movie industry is much bigger. It puts it about 2 or 3 times what the music industry makes. So games industry is actually much bigger than the music industry is. So within this big tent encompasses everything from AAA games to mobile, indie, sort of whatever. So if we look at indie games, so sort of smallest segment of the industry, most indie games are, some of them are one developer. A lot of them are maybe teams a little bit bigger. You probably won't find too many indie teams that are much more than a dozen people. Budget to make an indie game is typically somewhere between $10,000 and $1 million if you are paying yourself. So there's a lot of indie games where developers do it on the side while they have another job, and so don't actually take a salary. But if you're doing it as like a startup business, as a effectively, if you're an indie and you're trying to actually make money at it, you are a startup business, right? You're same as any other sort of entrepreneurial thing. Your budget's going to be somewhere in that range. You're probably looking at less than a year to actually get your game out there. If you take much longer than that, you will be spending more money. And your typical break even for an indie game is probably selling about 30,000 games or so. If you're selling them, mobile app store or whatever for $1 or something like that, it's harder to get exact numbers for free-to-play games because a lot of people play it for free. The conversion rates are typically about 2.5% of the players will actually pay something. A lot of those players are just paying $5. Some of them are paying more, and so figuring out what the average revenue per user is for a mobile game is something that the mobile game companies track quite closely, but not something that is as widely reported as some of the sales numbers were. Get a little bigger than that, and you get into what would be considered sort of a mid-size company. So with probably up to about 100 or so developers. I think I would classify Oxide as being mid-size. I'd classify Big Huge Games as being mid-size. Stats also, in terms of budget, in terms of other things, land someplace between the indie and the AAA games, which will be the next one. That mid-sized game company can be a hard place to be because you can easily end up either being seen as a unusually expensive small game, or why is this game so small when you're compared to other AAA games that have much bigger budgets and much bigger teams? So there are a few companies that are successful in this space, but it's a little bit of a hard space to be in. And the last kind of section of the industry that I'm going to talk about is AAA. These are your big games, big ticket games. Team sizes up to about 500 or so. Budgets, couple hundred to 500 million is very common. So yes, $500 million to make a game. Time span 3 to 5 years. And break even if you're just looking at sales, not like free to play, which even AAA is kind of going more in the free to play realm, is about 10 million units. So for AAA that are free to play, they're usually trying to land in the hundreds of millions of units, with then a fraction of those people paying money in order to make the monetary stuff all work out. But this is just the break even is we made back the money we put into it. So that's just a little bit about the games industry. I like to. I mean, all of these are kind of risky, right? So indie, you're building small games, but it's really, really hard to be recognized. So you can put a game on Steam or you can put a game in an app store. How does anyone even find that game? If you're an indie developer that's like 1 or 2 or 3 people, it's really hard to get anyone to even notice that your game exists, no matter how awesome it is. If you're a mid-sized game, it's easier to get noticed. You probably know some press people, can get some press for your game. Maybe you're funded by a publisher who has even more connections and able to get you more places, but you're fighting that sort of mid-size company disadvantage. If you're AAA, you just spent $500 million. You can sell like millions and millions and millions of copies and still lose money on your game. So AAA this is why AAA games tend to be like yet another edition of a game title that you've already seen. Because they kind of figure, well, people who are already a fan of the previous editions will probably buy a new one, and maybe we can get a few extra people to buy in if our press is good. So given as much money as they put into it, AAA tends to be very risk averse because they just got so much money riding on the line on those. So I come up with a few analogies here. Games industry is a little like a gold rush, right? You got a bunch of people trying to strike it big, but very few of them end up actually hitting that mother lode, and probably most of them end up losing their shirts. Or maybe you want to think that there's a little bit of like skill involved, a little bit of being able to kind of, I'm an experienced game developer. I know what people want. It's not just like I'm throwing a game out there and it's random chance whether they actually end up buying it or not. So maybe it's a little bit more like horse racing, where you can study up, you can know the horses, you can know the track, you can know the jockeys. So you can have a little bit of a hint of knowledge about, that will help you guess correctly. But it's not anywhere near a guarantee, and you can still lose big. Or maybe it's a little bit like poker, right? There's a lot of skill in that, right? Good poker players can beat me every single day of the week, right? I've got a friend who's like, oh, you want to play poker? It's like, why don't I just hand you $20 and we can go do something else? Because that would be a lot more fun for me. But nonetheless, you're still, at the mercy of the cards, right? Who knows what's going to happen? Somebody else, another publisher is going to come out with a game that's almost identical to mine 2 weeks before our game's supposed to launch. And all of a sudden, all of this steam that we thought we were going to have behind our launch and the big push of sales just doesn't happen because everybody's like, oh yeah, that's just another one of those games. So in this space where whether you're big or small, things are really risky, is there room for innovation? Well, yes, there is. And in some cases, there's actually a need for some kind of innovation. So on the indie side of things, that innovation can help you to stand out. And you probably, if you're going to try and innovate, going to innovate in gameplay, going to innovate in look, going to try and innovate in something else. But typically, you're trying to innovate in something you have to do anyway, and that's a big part of the reason that you need to do that is because it's so hard to be discovered as an indie game. You need something to make you stand out, so that if a reviewer or a blogger or someone happens to run across your game, they actually notice it. And so it can be worth, even though it's such a risky place, it can be worth trying to do a little bit of something new in order to stand out. In AAA, actually, there's a little bit of the same dynamic going on, right? So when that game ships, you need good reviews. You need good response from players, especially the hardcore gamer players. Those are probably not most of the people who buy your game, but most of the people who buy your game are going to read the reviews by that handful of people. And so you need to have stuff in there that will make them want to give you a good review, because this game looks so awesome, it's so amazing. Also, of course, for your existing gamers, you need to justify to them why they should buy Awesome Game 4 when Awesome Game 3 still works just fine and is still fun to play. So you need to give them a kind of a reason for that. In that AAA space, so game takes 3 to 5 years. They're probably looking to do any of those innovative things in the first 1 or 2 years of that development. And they'll probably have some kind of a backup plan in case it doesn't work. So you might be willing, and a AAA company indie company, what they're innovating in, if it doesn't work, that game is dead, likely. AAA, you might be willing to innovate in something that you're like, I have no idea exactly how we're going to do this, but it will be totally amazing if we could get this like totally destructible 3D environment with whatever, but you want to then, because so much money is on the line, you want to have a backup plan if that doesn't work. So what's if my crazy idea that will get me amazing reviews and sell lots of copies of a game doesn't actually work out, I should have a backup plan for what to do if it doesn't work. Here's my everything that I said at the beginning. Clearly, I should have had this slide like first. I'll just skip past it. I think I did pretty much this stuff. I think the extra things that are on this slide are, so I have gone and I've worked at game companies. I've mostly come in as, not as a regular employee. I've always come in as not as a regular employee. I mean, they all know I'm a professor. I've been doing graphics since the 1980s. Some of them know that I was the one who invented this procedural shading crap. And so all of that baggage comes along, and so typically I've gone into these companies with the express idea that I would be trying to do innovative things for them. So oh, we've got some, we want to have some new innovative tech in our game. Can you help us with that? So I have a very skewed look at what it's like to be inside a game company because I'm always doing the fun stuff because of how I got into it. Like Katie, I don't actually play many games. I came into the games industry as someone who loves doing 3D computer graphics, and games were something awesome, actually pretty cool that's a user of that technology. I mean, I could probably just as well be doing 3D visualization. I have done some of that, but games are a lot more fun. So at Firaxis, there were several technology things that I worked on. I've got a few slides to go into a little bit more detail on some of these things. Activision, I was only there for a couple of months, so I was working on some area light stuff for them. I don't remember if I kept the Activision slides in here, so I'll say like 2 words on what that means. So a lot of the equations, most of my graphics work is around rendering, which is sort of how light interacts with surfaces, which is modeling basically physics, which goes back to one of those things that I was interested in back in high school. And the equations that most of us use basically just assume that the light is a single infinitesimal point in space. And that's not the way light is. I mean, so any light source that you want, like the lights in this room, the sun spans a little area. And that really affects not just, so everybody knows that affects the way that shadows look. It kind of makes the shadows a little softer. And there are a lot of techniques that people have built over the years about that. I was looking into how that affects the sort of specular highlights on the surfaces. As well, and the look of the light interacting with the surface. So at Oxide, I've done a ton of stuff at Oxide, more than just this. I think I do have some slides on this, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. I've been to, so Oxide was founded by basically the core engineering team, like the engineering leads from the Civ 5 team. So I have been back to Oxide a bunch of times. I've worked with them probably more than any other game company just because I know the people there pretty well over the years. And so this is multiple different kind of small summer things. Spanning the 2 games that they've, one released, one soon, Ashes of the Singularity and Aura. Big Huge Games, so Big Huge Games, the current iteration of Big Huge Games, their sort of popular title is Dominations, sort of mobile real-time strategy game, or mobile strategy game. Which I've never played. So hence I don't even know if it's real time or not, right? I was actually working on a second game that they were trying to put out, that they did put out, called Arcane Showdown. It was out for maybe a couple of months in a couple of area or parts of the world, and it didn't do very well, and it got canceled. So I never actually got to play the live version of it, although I did get to play it in in-house play tests. But I did some of their systems there. And then at Epic, mostly I was working in the engine rendering, but did do some stuff for the towards the Paragon and Fortnite teams. This was just before Fortnite shipped and got big. So a little bit more detail about some of these things. So part of, so far it's like, why do they do innovation in games, and a little bit of me, right? So I think the entire rest of the talk I have a little bit more detail about some of the things that I did to maybe kind of show what kinds of innovation happens. So at least on the graphics rendering side of things. For Civilization 5, they were looking for a solution for all of the water in the game. So there is, when you have shiny, bumpy surfaces, it is common to use a technique called a normal map to represent those. Kind of amusing bit of trivia, I came up with the name normal map and may have been the first person to do it, in large part because this was when I was at UNC working on that new graphics hardware that was like the first actually programmable graphics hardware, and so therefore everybody else was stuck with whatever was built into their hardware, and I could program mine. I could program shaders in mine, so I could make a normal map and use it when nobody else could. I don't consider this to be like, oh my God, could you come up with that? It's like, well, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time and have access to the right technology. Anyway, when you do this bumpy surfaces with a normal map, as those surfaces get further away, all of the bumps kind of disappear, and if the surface is still just as shiny, it basically turns from a watery surface into a mirror. This is not the only game to have noticed this problem. A year or two after we came up with this, I saw a talk for one of the Call of Duty games where they were trying to use normal maps on like a muddy road. And up close, it looked like a muddy road, and far away, it looked like a stream. It's basically a flat sheet of shiny reflective surface. You kind of lost everything that made you think it was mud. So we needed some way to deal with this problem, to make it so that if you've got, so this is the actual piece of aluminum foil that I got from Chipotle that I spent a lot of time staring at while I was coming up with this, where you can see like where it's flat, at a distance it looks pretty shiny, but where it's really rough, it actually, if you're far enough away, it doesn't look shiny anymore. So you have to basically turn the variation in those bumps into changing the shininess of the surface. So here's some examples from in-game. So sort of up close, you can kind of see the sparkles, but as you get further away, it's just an overall look on the water. This does not look all that great in the projector, but hopefully will look better when you actually see it in the slides. So we came up with a technique that we called linear efficient anisotropic normal mapping, or lean mapping. Dan Baker, who's one of the was the graphics lead on Civ 5 and one of the founders of Oxide, came up with that name because he's really awesome. He's okay at acronyms. He really wanted me to call it fast anisotropic reflectance texture mapping. Which I'll let you put the letters together for that one. But I convinced him that maybe we should go with something that was not quite so high school boyish, and so we went with lean mapping. So I had actually looked at this problem before. When I was in grad school, I'd come up with some ideas that mostly didn't really work. But I kind of, when we were talking about it again, had a flash of insight that turned into this technique. And it's really a combination of physics and probability and calculus and filtering and lots of different weird things kind of all glomming together into something that actually, all of this mathy and sciencey stuff turned into something that was like about a line or two of shader code, as often seems to happen with these things. And so, so it took me a couple of weeks actually to build it in a little sandbox. So not building it in the actual game, but just a little test environment that I had where I could test things very quickly. About another week to put into the game and get some awesome art by one of the game artists. Because you don't want to see what my programmer art for my bump maps looked like, or normal maps looked like, because it was like, horrible. And then we published it at an academic conference, and Dan also presented it at the Game Developers Conference. So this is basically, ways to get it out there so that other people would know about this cool technique. One of the things we see a lot in the games industry is there's a lot of sharing about ideas of what cool things you do. Some of that is to convince other potential developers that your company is an awesome place to work, and so when they leave their current company, they come work for you. Some of it's also just the sort of sharing of knowledge, kind of all boats rise with the tide kind of thing. Second thing I did at Firaxis was compression for the UI art. There was lots of UI in a game like Civilization, lots of fonts, lots of icons, lots of heads-up display elements. They really wanted those all to be pixel accurate, and yeah, they were all just way too big. So here's a in-game example, right? We can see lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff that's UI. So I found a technique from a paper in 1996 that basically you break the texture into blocks, and you look, if I've already got a block that looks exactly like this one, I only store it once, and I just store an index to where the unique block is. That works amazingly well on UI content. It doesn't work so well on things that have a lot of variation to them, so it doesn't work as good on character art, but it worked really well on UI content. So a few weeks to build a kind of sandbox compressor, because written paper, but they didn't give you their code, so I had to re-implement it. Some runtime code in the game shaders, some compression code in the asset pipeline, so the artists didn't have to worry about it every night. They would have some processing that would, so when an artist dropped a new UI asset into the game, it would use the uncompressed version until the compression tool ran overnight, along with a bunch of other asset stuff that would run nightly. And then the next morning when you woke up and you did your pull, you would get, it would be in the compressed pipeline. So you would, every day would have only a small amount of the content in the game was uncompressed. Didn't really do any of the outreach on it because didn't do the GDC presentation about, hey, we discovered this 1996 paper, because it was the existing method worked, so we were good there. The thing that I spent the most time on at Firaxis was a compression for the rest of the textures in the game, especially for the world leaders. Civ 5 shipped with 18 potential world leaders that you could meet and interact with. Those leaders had 471 textures. Uncompressed, it was about 1.7 gigabytes worth of texture. At pretty much any time, you can just click a button to go to talk to any leader you've already met. And so the desire here was this didn't have to be something that happened in one frame. So it didn't have to happen in like 16 milliseconds or 33 milliseconds. But when you click that button, you don't want to feel like there's a delay to get to talking to that leader. So we wanted to be into the leader scene in under a second. And we couldn't just, we tried it. We couldn't just load the leader's textures because it took too long to get those textures, from the CPU memory into the GPU if we just loaded them on the fly. Here's an example of one of the leaders. I came up with a compression technique where we could store sort of an ultra compressed thing on the GPU and then decompress it on the GPU into a form we could actually render from. So the super compressed thing you couldn't render from, but basically when you click that button, it unpacks just the textures for the leader you're about to use, and then you can just render the leader as you normally would. So about 10 milliseconds for a 2K by 2K texture, full leader in about a 10th to a 20th of a second. So yeah, that worked out great. Again, so this one took a little longer. Took a couple of months to work out the compression scheme, including a number of wrong turns and things that didn't work. It took, and then so the compression, CPU compression, and the asset processor, that was pretty easy. Decompression, that took honestly several more months. This whole thing was probably about 4 or 5 months of work. And then we published about it once we got it working. As a result of that, I came back from Firaxis, and I was like, so we were making these compressed textures, and pretty much there were lots of knobs you could turn in terms of how compressed things got. The compression methods were all lossy, which means that they don't produce like 100% pixel accurate results. And so you just need to make sure that you don't compress it so much that you see artifacts from the compression. So pretty much I hand-tuned like one setting for diffuse textures, one setting for specular textures, one setting for normal maps. And if anyone in QA complained that they saw an artifact, then we would special case that one texture in the asset processing, nightly asset processing, to not compress that one as much. And I'm thinking, while I'm doing it, I'm thinking most of these you could probably compress even more than we did, but we didn't want to be like special casing absolutely every single one. So we picked a level for the minimum compression that we would do that was way less compressed than we could probably get away with, because we couldn't. It was me tweaking knobs, right? It was me just tweaking textures and eyeballing them and saying, does this look okay or not? So I came back and I was talking about this with one of my PhD students at the time, and I said, it would be really cool if we could automate this compression stuff somehow. And so he took it and ran with it and basically came up with a thing where he would render object from a bunch of different points of view and try a bunch of different compression settings, and it would just kind of do its thing and come up with sort of final compression. So running out of time, yeah, so there was a bunch of things that we thought about and did, whatever. Actually, before I go on to the area lights, the one thing that I will mention about this is that, the total work on what Wes did probably took him about 3 years. So it would not have been appropriate. It's a good thing I didn't try and do that during the game cycle, because what I did was a few months. That fits in the schedule for a AAA game. 3 years, it's like the game is shipped 2 years after you finished your project or before you finish your project, if you're going to do a project that has that kind of time scale. So there's a little bit of a difference in terms of time scale of innovation sort of in an academic sense and innovation in something that you're going to be doing in a game, at least if you're doing it for a specific game. So the stuff at Activision, so basically trying to, this is a area light source trying to capture that fuzzy reflection that you get from the area light source. So there's other techniques that handle the fuzzy shadow, trying to get kind of that fuzzy reflection as well. So it's expensive to try and do it right for every possible shape of light. the sun is round, light bulbs are round, lots of things are round. We'll just do round lights. So if the light can be modeled as a circle or sphere, then we're good to go. And this one, and I included this one on purpose because I tried a bunch of stuff and none of it really worked. At least none of it ever worked well enough to put into a game. So I worked for a couple of months on this, and I just never came up with something for the area lights that was shippable. I was doing this probably 2014 or so. A couple of years after that, some papers came out that actually solved it really well in completely different ways from the way I was trying to approach it. There was a paper, i3D, that was by Technicolor, so visual effects, but they also were looking at doing this for previs, and previs cares about real time, so their stuff could totally be used in a game. And at SIGGRAPH, which is a big computer graphic conference, there was a paper co-authored by people from both Unity and Ubisoft that figured out how to do this way better than I did. Now remember though, like the lean mapping stuff, which was very successful, and a lot of games have actually used that or similar techniques that were sort of derived from it. I had tried and failed to solve that problem once before, and then came back to it and came up with a solution. So it's not actually all that uncommon to, and part of the deal with trying to do something innovative like that is you may not know exactly whether the idea that you have for how to solve it is going to work. And so you try your ideas out, and if they work, you ship them. And if they don't work, you make sure that you had enough time to have a backup plan. Or you come back to it again next game, or look around and see if someone else has attacked that problem and come up with a solution, and you use theirs. So this is one where I actually didn't solve this one. I tried. Somebody else came up with a better solution after me. If I were trying to do this problem again, I'd do this one. So I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff from like Big, Huge, and Oxide and go to some of the things at Epic, which is the last of the stuff that I have, which is good because I'm running out of time. And I feel like I can run a little bit over since...
Yeah, Ryan's running a little bit late.
Okay,
no need to rush. Take your time.
Okay. I want to leave time for questions too. So one of the big things that I put into the Unreal Engine, this was Unreal 4, but it's in Unreal 5 too, was new stuff in their material system, specifically for procedural noise, Perlin noise. So they had mostly like not put a lot into that before I was there, because it's slow. Probably too slow to include in a shader in a shipping game, in a material in a shipping game. But Ryan, who's one of their amazing technical artists, said, basically was like, so here's my process. I go into Photoshop and I do like generate noise, export as a texture, import into Unreal, look at it on the model. It's not quite right. I go back to Photoshop. I tweak my noise parameters, generate the texture, or export the texture, import into Unreal, look at it on the model. Even if I could do this, even if it's slow, if I could do this in Engine, my process would be so much better. And then once I'm happy with the look, I can, in Engine, bake it into a texture and use it. The baked texture is still the thing I use runtime. But then I'm actually working in Engine to build my look on actual assets with actual game rendering and everything. And that would just be so much better. So it's almost a little bit like being a tools programmer, right? It's in the material system. You can throw one of these into a game that you ship, although that would be a really bad idea. But the idea, the reason that we decided to go ahead and put it into the engine then was because we suddenly had a reason why you might want to do this stuff in engine, even if it was too slow to ship. Now, this is what it looks like if you pretty much just look at the noise plane. So all of these styles of noise were invented by a guy named Ken Perlin, and so it's often called Perlin noise. It doesn't look like much. He in a talk I saw him give once, described it as it's like salt. You wouldn't want to eat it by itself, but if you use it sparingly, it makes everything taste better. And the same is kind of true for noise. It's like by itself, that's really not very interesting to look at, but it can do scuffs on the floor. It can do bumps and dents on the wall. It can do sort of anything where you're adding kind of the organic. A little organic element, you can use this noise stuff, and it makes it, look more real. I also came up with a new random hash function. So this is basically a way to get random numbers in a shader. You typically, the typical random number generation that you would use as a programmer, you ask it for a number and it gives you a number, and you ask it for another number, it gives you another one. You ask it for another number, it gives you another one. But it's sequential. In a shader, you've got a couple of million pixels all asking for random numbers at the same time, and you can't have the 2 millionth pixel ask for 2 million random numbers before it gets to its number. You have to have some way to generate each pixel be able to generate its own unique number in one go. And so to do that, we use these special functions that the input can be a pixel location, the input can be a 3D object ID, or object ID, it can be a 3D location in 3D space. And there's all kinds of crazy things you can do with that once you've got that as a tool. I actually had previously had a paper in 2010 that one of my students had worked on where we proposed using this thing called the tiny encryption algorithm to generate these. And that was actually what was being used in the Unreal Engine and a bunch of other games as well. The problem with the tiny encryption algorithm or any kind of encryption-based thing at all is that they're designed to be really random. Because if it's not really random, you could break it. They're also designed to be slow. Because if it was fast to evaluate, you could just throw a whole bunch of CPUs at it and break it. So encryption algorithms are, by design, slow. This is not the thing you want to stick into your game shader to make your random numbers with, even though it's really random. So I took some ideas from some of the encryption literature and some really bad ideas that seemed to kind of get halfway there and kind of jammed them together and came up with something that actually works surprisingly well. And so that's in the Unreal Engine now. It's also been used in a bunch of other games. Epic didn't claim any IP on that, fortunately. And we published a paper with Marc Dorzinski is a part-time PhD student right now. He actually works at Oxide these days. And so instead of 48 to 128 operations, we get something that's like 12 to 21 operations to generate numbers of similar quality. And so, yep, got that into the engine, replaced everywhere they were using T, ripped T out, It's no longer was no longer there. I've looked more recently. Somebody put T back in. I'm like, don't do that. People will use it if you put it in there. But at least for a period of time, it was all replaced by this other one, which is just as good quality. Part of what this paper did was just evaluate the randomness, quality, and speed of a bunch of different possible functions. Another one called either Voronoi or Worley noise. Worley is the guy who came up with this. Is a different kind of function that's used for making like clouds and rocks and dirt. Same as with the Perlin noise. This was for look development that you would bake into something afterwards. I feel like I'm just going to skip over these. Did a bunch of crazy stuff trying to figure out a better way to do it than what people had done before. Put it into the engine, shipped it out there. This is the slide I wanted to get to. I am ashamed to say I did not actually measure the performance of the thing until after we shipped it in one version of the engine. So there are 3 quality levels that you can choose from. Actually, maybe I'll spend at least a second going through. This is the best quality. This is quality level 3, which isn't quite as good. This is quality level 1, which is horrible. And quality level 2 is sort of kind of between 1 and 3. When I finally got around to actually, let's run some timings on it and see how, this is not something we're planning on using at runtime anyway, but let's see how good it actually is. It turns out that quality 3 and quality 4 are pretty much identical performance. I sure wish that I had done that before so one of the problems with working on one of the great things about working on an engine that a lot of people use is that the stuff that I was putting into Unreal was used by other people in their games within months of me doing it. And well out there before I got around to actually writing the papers to describe what it was. So, at least one of the reviews said that this sounds like something that's already in the Unreal Engine. It's like, yes, because I put it there. But the downside is once it's already out there and people are using it, they're developing looks around like quality level 3, which looks not as good as quality level 4, but is the same performance to generate. And if I had done this before we shipped it, I would not have done that level 3. It would have been just the bad, medium, good 3 choices. Once it's out there and people are using it in their games, if you remove that level and they want to upgrade to the newest version of the engine, their shaders suddenly stop working or stop looking the same as they did before. And they get upset. So it's in there. It's in there probably until somebody yanks the thing out and says there are big things you can say. This is going to be deprecated, in a year. You've got a year to figure out some other way to do this stuff before we yank it out of the engine. But little changes like this, it's pretty much there. So, oops. Just a gratuitous example of some of the stuff that Ryan Brooks, the tech artist I mentioned, did with some of these systems. So, just ignore the little extra ghosts. Those are debugging things. It's all the smoke around the central figure that he was working on. So, all right. To quote the great Inigo Montoya, let me sum up. Actually, it wasn't him. No, it was him. Yeah. Right. So games do try and do innovative things for various reasons. Usually, projects that are appropriate are things that will be between a couple of weeks and maybe a few months. Typical university research is 2 to 3 years, so it's a different time scale. So certainly quite different. Unlike the university research, if you find somebody has already done, has already solved basically your problem, usually what you'll do is try and recast the problem you're trying to solve just a little bit differently so that their thing doesn't solve it, so you can come up with a new solution that you can actually publish. Because in university research, publishing the paper is the endpoint that you care about. In games, shipping the game is the endpoint that you care about. So in games, if you find somebody else has already solved it, you throw a party and put it in there and go on. It is possible that the idea that you're working on isn't, the ideas that you have for solving your innovative thing don't work out. They might not work. But then again, they might be totally awesome. So, this is kind of the bargain that you go in when you're trying to put something innovative into a game, is that, you have to be prepared. What am I going to do if this doesn't work? But you also, are hoping that if it does work, it's going to be something that will stand out. And as a final point, pretty much everything that I showed you is, I'm the programmer and I've done it in collaboration with one or several artists along the way. So every single one of these things, it's like, tools to help the artists as much as anything else. And I think, I think that's my last slide. Questions? Yes?
How do you find things to innovate on? Like, what do you look for what you can innovate, and what should you innovate? What would you gain from it?
So mostly it's conversations with either the artists or the team at the game that I'm working on. So I won't go in there and say, I have this awesome idea for random number generation or for noise. I'll go in there and I'll be, talking to them about, so what are you thinking about for new innovative stuff in this game? Or talking to an artist and it's like, so what things are troubling you? what's a problem for you? I didn't show examples from Big Huge, in part because I don't have any screenshots of that, but like their Fog of War system, I mean, they knew that I had done some work with noise stuff before and had done the noise system in Unreal. The guy who was the lead designer on that game had come from Epic, so he was there while I was there, so I knew him already. And so basically, the artist who was working on that gave me some little video clips and images from Google image searches of sort of like this, but a little bit more like that, and maybe with a little bit of this in there. And I went and did some shader work and came back with some examples, and we looked at them, and I think I went back to the drawing board, changed some stuff, went back, and then he's like, okay, this is looking like it might be getting there. Let me try and use it in the game a little bit. He tried to build some textures and tweak the parameters and came back to me. And it's like, so this is, on the right path, but it's not quite right. And so I did some more tweaks to I was all writing shader code to the shader code I was writing and then gave it back to him. And then, basically we ended up with the version that was in the game. But that was very much a, he didn't come to me with, here's how you should solve it. He's like, here's some images of what I want this thing to look like. Can we do this? Can we make something that looks like this in a mobile game? And I'm like, yeah, I think we can. And then it was just, working out how to do it. And, if we didn't get it working, we would probably have had just like, some static gray stuff. Instead of rolling, I think what was in the game was sort of moving rolling clouds. There were a couple of textures kind of scrolling across each other. It was actually super cheap, but it was it looked pretty cool. Other questions? Mm-hmm.
And by that, do you mean kind of like the random intricacies of like things in nature?
So things in nature, or just so it's used a lot for even things that aren't necessarily like plants or whatever. I mean, it is used there, but if you were gonna do like this floor, you could very easily create a texture that or a shader that does tiles that are pristine. But if you look at the floor, part of what makes it interesting is all of these little scuff marks where where these are, and it's not just like there's a line there. There's where the chairs have moved back and forth. It's a little dirty and scuffed, and there's patterns to it. And where people walked with their shoes, there's scuff marks, and those are kind of random. And so these noise functions let you add that kind of randomness procedurally into a shader, which in movies they leave it procedural. In a game, you would likely bake at least some of that into a texture, but which you could do, at artist conception time, or if you want to have it be dynamic and responsive to things that happen in the environment, you can actually, once it's in the engine, you can say, well, when the tennis ball hits the clay court and makes a little mark, I'm going to render a little noise blob into my court texture there. It'll be random. It'll be responsive to wherever that thing hit. I won't be paying for it every single frame because I've rendered it into a texture, but it won't look like just a little blob. It'll be something that looks more sort of real world.
Very cool. Mm-hmm. I like the idea of the tennis ball hitting Mark, because you gotta imagine some people will go look at it and go, "Wow, that's a really neat detail." There for some reason.
Yeah, or I mean, probably in a game, unless you're doing sports games, it's probably more likely the bullet leaving a ding mark on the wall. But whatever.
We have somebody who's drafting up a question here from the chat, so hopefully we'll get that.
Okay.
Okay, so we just got that. Let me go ahead and, several posts. I think by the time I finish reading it, we'll have the whole thing. Okay, open source projects have had an outsized influence on the software ecosystem. They often become the default for the problem domain since all of the game dev community can use it. It's powerful enough that it's part of Microsoft's modern strategy to gaining lock-in, as opposed to their older approaches with closed systems like DirectX. So there's definitely a lot of innovation that comes from open source, but the maintainers tend to be exploited by larger users, as with NPM. Someone maintains a vital library used by millions, but gets negligible support or donations for it. Are there other ways to create open source projects where maintainers are given support/legal recognition on their contributions? Or, I guess, is it something that your contemporaries think about?
So open source is definitely something that game companies think about. In particular, in every company I've ever worked at, there's a blanket ban on anything with GPL licenses, with the licenses that basically say, if you use this, any modifications or whatever of the code also should be public, which could be interpreted to mean if I use this in the game, my entire game source code I would then have to release. And so they will use source code that has more permissive licenses. In fact, if you look in the in a lot, if Unreal, you can get the Unreal source code. You look in a lot of the directories there, you'll see files that have. I don't remember the extension, but there's some extension that they have that's basically documentation that their lawyers looked at the license for this and determined that it was okay, and here's what it is, so you know if you're using it too. But in terms of supporting those, so there have been some open source projects that have received direct funding from game companies that have used them. So one of the first ones that comes to my mind, because I've used it a bunch and it's awesome, is there's a tool called RenderDoc that does, on PCs, it does records, like you can have it capture for a frame every single rendering call that's made during that frame, every rendering API call, and then play them back. It can give you timings, it can give you profiling, it can help a ton with render debugging. A lot of the game consoles have similar tools, but they're closed source, and the guy who created RenderDoc basically did it because he had worked on console tools, and then when he wasn't working on consoles anymore, he's like, where are my tools? So he is still independent, but I think he's still independent, but he's been funded, received direct contributions from a number of game companies who do use his tools. And there's integration in both Unity and Unreal for RenderDoc. They have invested their own engineering side time to make sure that particular open source tool works well with their engine, because they find it very useful. But there are some examples like that where if it's useful enough, some of the companies have said, we're going to give back some to the developer of this to help support and acknowledge that we've used it, even though they're not actually asking for money.
Any last questions for Dr. Olano? All right. Thank you so much for speaking. Can we get a round of applause?
All right, hello, welcome. Thank you for being patient. I actually came from American University down in DC, so it was a little bit of a drive to get here, plus it was raining a little bit. But yeah, hello, my name is Ryan Griffin. I am a UMBC alumni from the class of like 2011 or so. I'm a 3D artist, and I've gone through several different programs here. For those who don't know who I am, I worked at Oxide Games for about 5 years, working on Aura History Untold, being published by Microsoft. And with that, I was on the environment team, as well as the outsourcing team, originally creating that. So today, thank you for being patient. I was a little late here. But my talk today is being able to make a stylized bush in Blender. So who am I? A 3D artist. I also used to be a adjunct professor at Howard Community College. And I've given plenty of talks at UMBC over the years, as well as several other places as well. I used to actually be a toy and I used to work at a toy and a candy company, which with that I made about 300 different products, working with about 12 different licenses, and I have a myriad of different skills. I have done several tutorials already on doing different things within 3D. These are just a small showcase here. So there is plenty of different topics which I've covered. Please check those out. I do a different one every time. So if there's a subject which you're really interested in, please ask me. Or if you can't get to me, there's plenty of tutorials here. Okay, so Oxide Games. That was about 70 or so people. I worked in-house before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. Up until about, which in February, I was recently laid off, as well as with a couple other people, with the current trend in the gaming industry of letting go of X percentage of whoever they need. But essentially, my journey actually started at the top there, where I actually got my start at the Howard County ARL program, which is a high school program, being able to do 3D within. It was the first high school program, I think, for Maryland, and with that, my class size was about 6 people. I did a presentation back in January, and now it's up to like 120, 150-ish. So it's definitely grown a lot, and I've known the people there before and after. So I've been doing 3D for a long time. I started when I was about 17, and I just turned 36. So I've been doing 3D a while. I've seen industries change and flow. So with that, I did make it onto the Christmas special for Aura History Untold. So there is a bunch of dev diaries which Oxide has done, showcasing the game as well as different people who work at the company. So please check that out. So yeah, I've worked on a lot of different things, whether it is environment art, vehicles, props, animation, character, teaching, animation, all that. But my main focus is environment art. That's the thing that I specialized in. UMBC is very good at creating very well-rounded artists. However, the thing is that you need to be able to pick some kind of discipline and get really good at it. Because one thing that is a challenge is when you graduate versus when you get your entry-level job. There's this gap that'll happen. And so you need to be able to find people who actually have the job that you want and try to figure out, hey, how do they get from A to B, right? And a lot of that is being able to actually like go and ask them questions, being able to find out additional information. So I don't know if we have audio here, but I'm going to try to load this. But if it does not, that's okay too. So this is just a showcase of what Aura History Untold is, if you haven't already seen the trailer.
The
So I've listened to this song so many times. So one thing that you'll kind of notice here is you have the world, right? This living world. You have all these like bushes, trees, wildlife, and then you have leaders, right? And for me, I was mostly working with the architecture team. So I'm working with being able to create these individual buildings, as well as some of the larger ones as well, like the hanging gardens here. Now, my team was the environment team. Now that encompasses a large amount of things because we had about 7 people or so working on that team. So I was just a small part of the bigger scope on that. So with this here, I mostly created a lot of the actual architecture here, being able to work with textures, trim sheets, tiling textures, working with Substance Designer, Substance Painter, being able to actually model out parts of this and UV unwrap and go through that whole process, as well as polish, looking at game states. What does this thing look like if it's under siege, if it is having a renaissance? Like there are many different things to be able to showcase what the actual gameplay is for it. And that's ever changing with testing as well. Okay. Get rid of that. All right, going back to here. Okay. So yeah, like there's another building that I did. So like most of the things that I was doing with a lot of things that I was making was a lot of the actual triumphs and improvements and things. So I've done a tutorial on working with Gaia, which is a terrain builder, working with mountains and things. It is free. Check it out. It's very, very powerful. There's some more examples there, as well as Substance Designer, being able to make tiling textures and create environmental maps with that. I also did a tutorial earlier this semester on sculpting rocks. Please check that one out as well. Okay. Speed tree. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a tutorial specifically on how to make a bush or a grass or a tree from scratch. However, speed tree is a big way to be able to actually make that go faster, right? Speed tree is a developer tool to be able to make organics quickly. However, there's still a lot of artistry, even though this is a tech tool, kind of. It is still very powerful and used at a lot of companies. However, some places still do it by hand as well. So it is good to be able to utilize both techniques. Some more showcases of what I can do. Most of the stuff here is like 5 years old at this point now. Recently I've actually done 2 different game jams. I worked with a game jam here over spring break, as well as 2 weekends ago. I did a game jam which was the Ludum Dare. It's like Ludum Dare. But with that project, we worked with 40 different developers, game jamming over 3 days to be able to work on Children of Ruin. And with that, we had a full-on narrative team. We had a production team. We had a marketing team. We had an audio team. We were firing on all cylinders to be able to actually make that work. And I was the lead artist, environment artist, and the effects artist on that because nobody else wanted to do effects. So I had to learn that on the fly. And the other thing is that you can play that directly in your internet browser because that was made in Unity. There I am right there. So yeah, all right, blah, 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 blah. All right, you can check that game out here. And I will be sharing the presentation after my, I will be sharing my presentation with all my links there to the club. Here's just some screenshots of the actual gameplay. This is a RPG mixed with a like Paragon system of good and evil, and your dialogue tree with your choices like, say, Mass Effect or Baldur's Gate, being able to affect the overall outcome of the game, which was actually very ambitious for a 40-person team over a 3-day period. That's actually quite difficult to be able to actually execute and fire on all cylinders with that. But we did it, and it's actually quite interesting to play as. All right, so stylized bush tutorial, right? All right, that's what we are here for. So beginning out, being able to start with the actual leaves, right? So thinking back, okay, so what is this actually being used in, right? What is the context for what this bush is going to be used in? What is the style? What is the actual gameplay for it? What does the world look like, right? All that is in context, which is informed by either narrative or concept art, right? So from there, I was like, hey, I want to work with just like some oily green like leaves here. So I was able to block out the shapes and then being able to actually hand paint those. You could go the entire hand painted method, or you can actually go and sculpt those same leaves as a high poly in ZBrush or Blender sculpting. So depending upon what method you actually want to go with, I chose to go with the hand painted route, since most people don't necessarily have access to ZBrush, but you do have access to Blender. So that is an option which I highly suggest to learn Blender sculpting, which I have gone over with my last tutorial on rock sculpting, but it's a different application for rocks versus leaves. So from there, being able to actually make the actual stems and root system for that, and then going through and then applying those leaves in clusters, being able to create shapes for different sprites for that. Okay. Now, a key thing here is being able to create an alpha map for this. Being able to have either a PNG or a Targa or EXR format, and then converting that into like a BMP or whatever pipeline you so choose. But as long as it has an actual alpha channel, which is quite important. Okay, and then we are loading that into Blender and plopping that down on a plane. Now, you have to think, what is the scale of this in relation to a player, right? What is the actual player size? So you need to be able to determine in-game what your actual character size is, and then export that out. Is that 6 units high? Is that 3? And then from there, being able to actually cut this up, right? So I'm going to get this down into a bigger chunk, and then eventually into a closer chunk here. You'll also notice that the pivots on these are at the bottom, not some arbitrary space in the middle here, which is going on there. So pivot is down there, right? All right. So from there, it's kind of hard to see on this one, but I'll reiterate on this. So this is just a plane creating a huge n-gon. Does anybody know what an n-gon is? N-gon. Yes, sir.
Is it an n-sided polygon?
Yes, but more descriptive. Keep going.
That
Come
was
on.
my educated
Come on.
guess of the week.
Anybody else? N-gon. Yes, sir.
A polygon with more than 4 sides to it.
Correct. All right. So being able to have 4 sides, right? So we're going from this to a bunch of triangles here. Or sorry, a bunch of n-gons here. So in the next one here, you can see that I've kind of broken it up and cut the actual thing into triangles and quads. So from there, I'm then going and creating a duplicate of this. So one that is right next to each other, right? Because if I take this plane and the normal is facing towards you, right? You may not be able to see it if you're looking from this side, because certain engines don't have two-sided normals or a double-sided facing on it. So what I'm doing is creating a manual double-sided face. So I'm basically duplicating it and then having those normals point from both sides. So you'll see here between this example and that one there, right? So on this one, you you can see that this is correct, but this is facing that way. So this is actually facing on both sides. All right. So from there, I am using a lattice deformer, which is able to bend and manipulate it. And I'm using that for all of my examples there to be able to twist them and make them from a flat rectangle into something which is more of a organic shape. And then from there, I'm then applying that and then going in and then creating a arrangement of them to be interesting from all sides, right? And then from there, being able to then bring that into my renderer and make sure that it looks good from there. And if you need to make like collision on that, or if it has like any kind of like wind on it, that's something that you should probably check out, because having like static bushes and not have it like actually like move and stuff breathes life into the actual asset. So yeah, that's like a quick like 15-minute breakdown on that. And you can use this kind of pipeline for many different kinds of organics. This is just one example of many. So in here, you'll notice one of the whole reasons why we were doing this high poly to low poly workflow, being able to bake down this asset into something which is very optimal. So these are coming out to about like 2,000 to 4,000 tries, and these are actually quite efficient. And you could actually go lower than this. Anything like that's like a like 256, depending upon the actual size of the actual asset. So yeah, let me see if I can find that other example real quick. Oh yeah, so sculpting, right? So this is the sculpting example here. So within ZBrush, you can get a lot more of this high poly information, right? Because you're actually like sculpting out a lot more detail and being able to make it look very, very interesting. And it's putting a lot more creativeness into the actual like sculpt process versus the texturing process on that. But the thing is that you need to have them into different clusters and stuff. Look at stuff in real life too. You can go outside and when it's fall, being able to look, okay, how does it look from one side versus the bottom side? Is it like partially translucent? So like this here. I've actually had students, people who are in my mentorship program, go through and make high poly versions of their actual bushes or ivy. And this is not very good in a game engine, because it's gonna like cause like huge performance hike when you have like 50 of these like out in the world, right? So being able to actually have it be performant and still look good is the whole purpose of doing a high to low poly workflow, creating normal maps and AO. So normal maps and color maps there. And it's just working with just shapes and blocks of a color, and then like baking down that high poly onto that low poly. And so when you actually have that normal map with that bit of a roughness here, right? You can get it to actually like glisten and shine within that, just with moving the light, and all that is just from a few maps, right? So one thing to think about when you actually make your cuts here, right? You'll kind of notice on this, it's kind of hard to see here with the blue and red. So with the blue area, right, all of that is kind of like wasted alpha space, which will not be as performant. So we want to reduce that down to be able to make it more performant for the actual game. Because alpha, I'm pretty sure is kind of expensive for a game engines. So being able to actually make that performant, A side, B side, different examples there. Just different kinds of styles here. Like you can turn like one asset into multiple, right? So this is just a hemisphere, right? Half of a sphere cut in half, but then layered up, and then having some kind of like flower, right? You can reuse assets, but if you break it up on your texture map to be able to reuse things, right? Being creative with how you're actually assembling things in a bash kit, right? So like you can have the same texture for things, but make it a more unique asset by being able to put leaves and flowers on things, right? More examples here. So here's another question, right? Is this a first-person game? Is this a third-person game? Is it something which is like overhead, right? You need to be able to tailor your vegetation to be able to be optimal for your game. Sometimes it can be just like a plane, right? Sometimes it can be like a fully like cylinder UV unwrap, being able to have different kinds of shapes. Is it something which is realistic or stylized or sci-fi? There is many different creative ideas which you can come up with the actual living world of your game. One of my friends, Roy, like he's a very good as well. This is some of his work. Yeah, so this goes back to that performance thing. So this is the Unreal Engine, right? So white is bad, green is good. So there's definitely areas which have good textile density, but textile density is basically how efficient a surface area is for the actual texture resolution on that, and that's something that you kind of want to determine on the onset of the game as far as like how densely packed the textures are. So on your character, right, which is about like your standard height, right? How many like textures are on that actual character, and then you can kind of determine everything else from that. Yeah, that's better. Some other examples here. Organic environments, right? So you can use this kind of asset, right, for being able to make like trees, grasses, vines, valleys, oceans, cliffs, like a little bit of everything in that living world, right? And being able to have like those ground textures, right? Being able to blend between textures, being able to have what is it? The moss or snow. Like if you were to have your rock asset and move it around, being able to actually have that transition area, right? Being able to have it actually look amazing with the actual blends of things. Being able to work with transition areas, right? Like having those little extra details and then blending between helping buildings to be grounded in the world. What is a biome? Does anybody know what a biome is? What was that?
So Minecraft tells us a biome is like any collection of like a certain type of vegetation and like
Okay.
terrain features.
Okay.
in an area.
It's also, yeah?
It's like they're classified by both. Oh god, it's like climate and something else.
You're like all right there. Right there. A biome is a collection of plants and animals that have common characteristics for the environment that they exist in. So very close. Can anybody name a type of biome? That's one. Okay. There's like 20 of them. more biomes. Tundra? Okay. Desert? Okay. Couple in there. Okay. So there's a whole bunch here. And even like regionally, like a desert, right? Is it a warm desert? Is it a cold one? Is it like more Mediterranean? Like all that is dictated by how wet and its temperature as well. Does anybody know the biome in Maryland? Yeah, but it's a specific kind.
Deciduous.
Yeah, there we go. Between the two of you, you share the same brain cell.
I probably should have went to start though.
No. Well, here's the other thing: is that this was actually on my presentation a year ago or so. But yeah, we're in a temperate deciduous forest here. Now we don't necessarily have cougars here, but maybe some bears. But yeah, this is a gunpowder falls during the fall season, and this is the same thing but in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. So yeah, very, very similar, right? So again, look to inspiration that is actually outside in the real world, right? Being able to experience it, being able to actually look at the details which is all around you. Let's go. Yeah, so this is me going there. So yeah, being able to look at, hey, like what is in this riverbed, right? So looking at the soil, the river, like the grass, the rock type, the grass, the trees, like the acorns, like all this stuff is encompassing into that biome, which then I am recreating in 3D, right? These are the things that you need to be able to actually make, right? So being able to observe is very important, and then assemble all of the actual assets and things. Some other bonus examples for like trees and things. These are kind of leftover slides from last time, but it's still a good practice just so that everybody kind of knows like how to actually assemble a tree. So being able to make that trunk and then having different offshoots for the actual branches, and then chamfering them, and then welding them back into there and be able to UV unwrap it. And then you go into actually making those same leaf structure, and then assembling those leaves onto the alpha cards, and then populate them. This is like the exact same process, but automated within SpeedTree. So SpeedTree, right? This is a fancy software that's been around for like, I don't know, 10 years now. So the thing is that this all used to be a manual process, right? This is a tool. There are many other like kind of like tech-arty tools out there for doing specific things. And SpeedTree is obviously tree in the name, right? But it can do many things, from grasses to bushes, vines, and trees and things. And it's very, very capable and pretty good to be able to check out. Some other tutorials there. Different examples of trees here. Like with that there, that's the same thing, but having a card which is then populated around that sphere. Different bush examples. Oops, that's not what I wanted. No. There we go. Yeah, ivy. That's another thing there. Some other examples there for ivy. Yeah, it's okay. So with ivy, it's being able to think: is this ivy going like along something? Is it going up? Is it coming down? Right? And being able to have it not be like completely flat, right? Being able to actually have like a little bit of depth to it, as well as like having those individual cards to make it look interesting from all angles. More grass examples, doing different high poly things. Something there. Reuse slides. Yeah. Okay. So, who knows what LODs are? Level of detail. Yeah. Okay. So, one thing that is interesting with like how close or far something is, right? You need to be able to think like, can I get like a little bit more performance if I like reduce down that level of a detail, or if I end up using a billboard or card system for it. Same thing with the actual like lighting as well. So instead of it being like planar, you can have it like average or split, depending upon how your lighting scenario is. And again, like reducing down, like how close is the player actually getting to it, right? So same thing there with card spreading. So yeah, mega scans. Who here is a level designer? Level designer, like you don't even make art, right? You just need to be able to use art assets to be able to express your level design. You can use mega scans or something else which is equivalent to be able to take like fully fleshed out art assets and then make your level, right? It is a shortcut, but it's also good to be able to help give assets for creatives to be able to actually make versus having to make them themselves if they're not actually like that proficient at it. So Megascans is basically photogrammetry, right? It's being able to take your asset and then take many photos of it and then have that go into a 3D asset and have the actual a texture wrapped around it. Lots of great resources there. Also, this is from Uncharted. This is from Uncharted 4 with Anthony there. He is very talented with doing organic sculpting and making environments there. He's also done a number of talks at a Nomen. You can actually check those out on the GDC Vault. A bunch of other tutorials there. So yeah, quality is king, right? Being able to actually like get better at making high quality art. One thing that like is always important is consistent practice, right? Whether it is inside or outside of your classwork, right? Whether it's summertime or something that you're passionate about, right? Trying to find some kind of mentor. If you can't find one, ask me. So having a very specific goal, right? I want to work in games is not specific enough. Trying to be able to find, hey, like I want to do character art, right? What kind of character art? What kind of studio do you want to work at? And the more specific you can make that goal, the faster you can then get to it. Also, like being able to actually find people who work at the companies which you want to work at, and being able to say, hey, like, where is somebody who is entry level at that company, and be like, am I good enough, right? And it's like, no, okay, how do I get there, right? Also, you may not necessarily get your first choice, right? Sometimes it's very hard to be able to go to that like high-end like job at a Naughty Dog right out of school. That's probably not realistic, but it's something that you can do as a secondary thing. Being able to get your experience, right, and being able to work on your craft so that you can get that experience, right? And it doesn't necessarily like have to be like directly within games. For me, I did stuff with like architecture, stuff with like video, stuff with many different avenues, which was outside of games, but like adjacent to it. But I was still like 1 foot in games, 1 foot trying to make a living, right? And then eventually I was able to get good enough through networking, teaching, mentoring, taking classes. I did a class actually while I was working at the toy and a candy company where I mentored under somebody. It was like a $500 class, best $500 I have ever spent, right? And because it opened me up to different ideas, different workflows, and that community, right, of people that was associated with that mentor. And then I was able to just be a fly on the wall, and then actually like just absorb all this information, because I went from being a big fish in a small pond to a bigger pond, right? And then just absorbing things. Networking is pretty important, right? So eventually you have to level up, right? Like there's no like buts about it. Like you actually have to do work, right? Like there is that aspect of it, but it's better to do that with a community of other passionate people. And also, sometimes you need to have a plan, right? Don't just, like procrastinate and then last minute try to cram in a bunch of hours. Being able to work over a longer period of time, I find that if I do like a little bit each day, I can then progress towards my overall goal, right? Versus trying to cram it all last minute and then it turns out terrible because it's all last minute, right? So being able to actually like have that process. And we're always learning, right? Like even me, like I am fairly talented because I've actually like continued to actually get better over time, right? But like I will then try to continue on, and then eventually I run into something that challenges me, right? And then eventually I can then master it, right? And then I go on to that next challenge, and then it's like, oh, this is hard, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's a skill ladder, which you kind of actually go up from, and having that good mindset of like, hey, like I'm going to continue to work on this and continue to better myself. Always be learning, and know that I've come from a area where I didn't know anything, right? But there are people along the way which you can ask for help and stuff like that. So it's about 5:20. Do we have any questions? Yes.
You talked about looking at the environment to take inspiration for your environments that you
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for like how to make these environments feel more like your own, like more creative, and not that you're just doing aesthetic with that?
Yeah. So this goes back to let's say at a production environment, right? So at Oxide Games, I'm not the only person making a game, right? I have a team of people, and so I'm able to work with like concept artists, right? And they are able to help like dictate to be like, hey, like I want you to make this, right? That's very good at the beginning, right? Because you're actually given something and then being able to actually execute on it. But eventually, once you get to be like a bit more experienced, right? Then you can go and be like, hey, like I want to be able to pull from different sources, right? And if it's still in the vision for the game, being able to collaborate with your teammates and be like, hey, like I like this idea. Let me try to like pull in this kind of like trim here, and then on my trim sheet, being able to actually have that like on there, right? But I need to fit something else in, right? Can I push some stuff around? Maybe I found like this like really cool ref of this like very specific thing from real life, or it's from like some other game where it's like, oh, it's like this fountain, right? And it's like, oh, I really want a fountain element in my building architecture, right? Because like I want some kind of like courtyard with a certain kind of molding, right? Which will create this a trim like bench piece, right? And so you can have that actual like a collaboration to like add back into your work, because it is something which is always evolving, because you're getting inspiration every day, whether that's going on to like ArtStation or Pinterest or real life. Like there's many different ways to be inspired, but ideas are cheap because you are constantly being bombarded by like, oh yeah, what about this? Oh yeah, but like being able to actually execute on those ideas is what's important. Questions? I'm just like talking like a million miles an hour. Diplomacy.
No, nothing from chat.
Gotcha. Yes.
So
Yeah.
you described like your main way of getting out there.
Yep.
And you discussed how you had to like explore around a little bit.
Mhm.
And so when it came to finding those people to look up to, and like finding examples of people who worked at the entry level position for
Mhm.
jobs you applied to, what platforms were you like on LinkedIn, or like what was your main method for sourcing that information?
Multiple different ways. So I would go to, I am on the board for the Baltimore IGDA. So that is a local organization to be able to help organize events and collaborate for game jams, being able to host event at different colleges. Because like you all have spent like 3-4 years here, right? Have you ever gone to like MICA or UB or any of that? Because like that's the thing, is that you need to be able to help go out and branch out to be able to go to different local events and then maybe go to like bigger events. You can take online classes through like Animation Mentor, through it's like CGMA, and or like specific artists, me, or like any, like if it's like a character artist, maybe like Jay Hill, or the Outgang, like they're Flip Normals. There's a lot of different places. So back in the day, this was like circa like 2010. There was only one spot, which was Polycount. And that was one forum that you had to go to that was only 3D art. And that has since disseminated into a bunch of other places, because it went to Facebook group, it went to conceptart.org, it went to Google Hangouts, and then like Discord was invented, and now there's like it's all in Discords now. So like there is a bunch of things out there. There is one in a particular called the Dynasty Empire, which like that is a YouTube channel and a Discord group which specializes in environment art, being able to have portfolio critiques and mentorship that way. I would highly recommend that one, as well as Flip Normals, which is another a very good channel. I could name I can name a bunch like Sir Wade Nelson, or like I would have to go through like my YouTube subscriber list and pick out like 30. But yeah, like do you have one in particular that you're interested in, or like environment art?
More like I just thought your method of trying to figure out where you should be shooting for. I thought that was a really good piece of advice. And I was wondering, I was like, oh man, he must have a good way of sourcing that. But I think your input on that is very valuable.
Yeah, and like I'm just like one person, right? There's a lot of other ways to be able to do it, and both like locally, like at the larger scale, whether that's through LinkedIn or classes or mentorships, Discord. Like there's a lot of different avenues out there. It's being able to go to a 3D platform and be able to search out either specific content creators for what you're interested in, or being able to collaborate through game jams. Because like with the two different game jams, with the two different game jams which I was at, I collaborated with other artists who were at varying levels, right? And some were on my level, and then some were just getting started, right? And so like for me, like I was like mentoring them and helping with leadership, but also like after that game jam is over, then it's like, hey, like I want to be able to network with you, right? And then maybe later on, if there's like some like freelance project, and it's like, hey, like I know this guy, he's really good, and it's like, oh yeah, I would love to be able to work on this project with you. Let's do it, right? So it's being able to have that a discourse, being able to at least network with people who are local and abroad. So, yeah. Questions? It's been a long day, I'm sure.